Get up, you son of a bitch!
Cause Punch Drunk loves ya. Yeah, you already know this is Punch Drunk Boxing, aka Mr. Shine himself, aka El Adobo, aka El Sazón, aka El Borracho, aka Café Bustelo, aka El Pastor de Boxeo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this side of heaven. God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, man, bad news in the sport of boxing, bad news. Man, Jaime Munguia got popped. Dirty, never know, dirty, ding no, never know, dirty, ding no, about to bring Christina Aguilera out here. Dirty, ding no, dirty. Jaime Munguia, another Eddie Reynoso's fighter, pop for PEDs. Hey, yo, ladies and gentlemen, we got a question. I don't know. It got to be an investigation going on at Eddie Reynoso's gym. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a fan of Canelo Alvarez team. I'm a fan of no boxing, no life, no boxing, all that stuff. But for right now, Eddie Reynoso got to make a hat that says no PEDs, no boxing, no life. No PEDs, no boxing or no life. Because it could be one, maybe two, but damned, five. Canelo Alvarez got popped for clenbuterol. Jaime Munguia got popped for something. Luis Nery got popped. El Rey got popped. Oscar Valdez got popped. What the hell is going on out there in the Eddie Reynoso gym? What the hell is going out there? What the hell is going on in San Diego? Huh? My Lord, Christian Padilla in the building. What's good, Christian, one of the members of Punch Drunk Boxing. Everybody know it. You already know, man. If you want to become a member, join Christian Padilla. Smash that link in the pin. What the hell is going on in Eddie Reynoso's crack house of PEDs? Yo, yo, what the hell is going on? For real. I know, yo, look. It ain't no more giving the benefit of the doubt. The FBI, DEA got to do an investigation on Eddie Reynoso's gym. Immediately. I don't want to hear no gym. I don't want to hear no excuses. I don't want to hear the hair follicles. I don't want to hear the tea. I don't want to hear none of that ish. There is something going on, just like we have our eyes set on snack and the Pablo Escobar of PEDs, Victor Conte. There's something going on in Eddie Reynoso's gym. I don't want to hear no more that, Eddie Reynoso doesn't know what his fighter is doing. Hey, yo, you the head trainer and manager. Something you know is going on. Something is going on. And ladies and gentlemen, Jermall Charlo had an interview, you know what I'm saying, today. And I believe what he's saying. He's saying there's a lot of people on that ish. I don't want people to come out here with their emotional attachment to Canelo Alvarez and don't want to hold Eddie Reynoso's gym accountable. Yo, it got to be held accountable. I know in the YouTube boxing, y'all don't want to keep it real because y'all feel like there's a community out there that hate Canelo and maybe don't like Latinos and they spin narratives and stuff like that. Yeah, at the end of the day, we got to break it down unbiasedly, logically, and objectively. Something is going on in Eddie Reynoso's gym. Something is going on. Maybe it's too many people around him. I don't know. Something is going on in that gym. Something is going on. Jaime Munguia trying to get back in the winning column. The only Golden Boy Promotions fighter that actually wanted to win in the most boring week in boxing. In that May 2nd, May 3rd, May 4th date. More bad news. All the Golden Boy Promotion fighters failed to win. Ryan Garcia lost. Arnold Barbosa lost. Jose Ramirez lost. The only highlight of that week was Jaime Munguia. Man, I'm going to tell you like this, man. The only one that could save Golden Boy Promotions right now is Virgil Ortiz and Kid Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Jermall Charlo had to say today in a recent interview. I said today in a recent interview, but this is what Jermall Charlo had to say.
Y'all think Canelo haven't been taking clenbuterol for a long ass time? Y'all think he ain't back on that shit? Or y'all think it was just a mistake? Because I go to Mexico all the time from Houston.
Jermall Charlo. Don't get mad at Jermall Charlo. Is he? Is he? Because I've been giving Canelo Alvarez the benefit of the doubt for a long time. I've been giving Eddie Reynoso the benefit of the doubt in a long time, but I ain't going to be looking stupid no more. No, I ain't going to be looking stupid. No, I don't give a damn. No, we got to get to the bottom of it. There's something going on in Eddie Reynoso's gym. There's something going on. E-Man in the building didn't even make sense why they didn't take the Tio on the Canelo Alvarez team because Tio, you know Tio ain't going to stay shut. Eddie Reynoso says, no vengas aquí, tío. Porque tú hablas muchos. Canelo Alvarez told Eddie Reynoso, no. Que no vengas acá. Ese tigre le gusta decir muchas cosas. He's a backstabber, bro. He's uncontrollable. Mira, si viene para aquí y sabe lo que les estamos dando a Jaime Munguia, tú verás lo que se lo va a decir al toro del mundo. A tíos no le importa, se lo dices a todos. Get looking out with a $5 super chat. E-Man in the building. What's good, man? I know the Knicks is playing. Knicks better go and win. Knicks better go and win. Let me see where the Knicks at. 56-45 halftime. 56, you better keep it like that. I want some defense. From snag to PEDs, all the same. I believe what Jermall Charlo had to say today. Also, we're going to be talking about still the drama between Teofimo Lopez, Turkey Out Shake. Hold on, let me put this. Demon Kevin Effect in the building. What's good, Kevin Effect? Hey, yo, Teofimo Lopez, keep on trolling. Turkey Out Shake. What this man is in? This man is uncontrollable. What is your problem, Teofimo Lopez? Don't you know that I'm the king of the sport of boxing? Why are you making fun of me? Why are you calling me Habibi? Who the hell do you think I'm going to give you halal food? You think you could come to my smoke shop? Do you think that you could come to 7-Eleven? Do you think you could come in Dunkin' Donuts? Why are you dissing me? Why are you trolling me? I am giving you the bag. Are you throwing a subliminal shot? Teofimo Lopez, motherfucker, are you throwing a subliminal shot? That we are the kings of the jungle? You think you're going to throw the banana baskets to me now? You're not going to treat me like Burt Crawford. You will not treat me like Keyshawn Davis. You're uncontrollable. Man, Teofimo Lopez is on a rampage, y'all. Teo is in a rampage. Can't be stopped. Won't stop. Can't stop. Fight Fury Films. Con la vente peso. There's Super Chatty Patty K. Good looking now. Appreciate you, my brother. One of the members of Punch Drum Boxing. If you haven't become a member, join the team, join the fam, join the movement. Teofimo is the cleanest fighter in the sport. Hey yo, man, good. Hey yo, what a blessing in disguise, man. What a blessing in disguise that Teofimo Lopez did not train with Eddie Reynoso. HLD in the building. What's up, my brother? God bless you. Fight Fury Films appreciate you with the love and the donations. I thought it was a trash can. Yo, Teo is unfiltered. Teo is uncontrollable. You can't tell Teo. Yo, you know who I feel sorry for? His team. Because I know attorneys, managers. Come on, Teo, what the come on. Teo, damn it. I'm trying to fucking move your career in the right direction, Teo. Why are you making it goddamn hard for me, man? No wonder Dave McWater. No, I should have taken what Dave McWater saying. Damn, Tio, ever since I signed you, you've been making it hard, man. I'm trying to cut some deals, and you're going out there tweeting some shit. Tio, just calm the fuck down. Let me do my job. You do your job in the ring, but damn, you're making my job a little bit hard. I invested in you, man. We went to litigation. Goddamn, Tio, shut the fuck up. Can I do my goddamn job? Why you say some racist shit? Why you go out there tweeting at the excellency? Damn it, can I do my damn job? Yo. Tio got his manager working like crazy, probably. Turkey Alshay probably calling Keith Connolly and stuff like that. Control him. Keith Connolly, control this bastard. Dude, no one respect me. Do you know what I do to people in Saudi Arabia that disrespect me? Do you know what I do with them? Do you know I have somebody locked up for 19 years for tweeting some stupid shit to me? Handle your business with that creature. Oh, man. Hey, yo, in Top Rank. See, you trying to blackball me, right? You thought it was me. No, it ain't about me, man. Tia gonna say we gonna save it to whoever, wherever, whatever platform. HLD in the building says, yo, Tio don't need apologize for no damn Haney fight, but he got to play smarter, the game smarter, but his team sucks ass. Nah. HLD, his team is not suck. They just can't control Tio, bro. Keith Connolly has done a wonderful job with Edgar Berlanga. Keith Connolly has done a wonderful job with Conor Benn. Look at the shit that Keith Connolly was about to do. Nah. And the last part, HLD, nah. Teofimo Lopez team is not suck. Keith Connolly right now, I know, will be making a fortune this year and putting his fighters in position. He got last year, he got the Edgar Berlanga Canelo. Just think about the percentage that Keith Connolly. He got the Richard Sitches versus George Camboso. He got the Conor Benn. Keith Connolly is the same manager of Conor Benn is the same manager of Teofimo Lopez right now. He got him the biggest bag with Chris Eubank Jr. And he was about to close on a deal with Teofimo Lopez and Boots Ennis. And even with that, even though that you may not want to see the fight, HLD, my brother, there's a lot of people that still want to see the fight. And Teofimo Lopez did agree on that fight. And that was going to be still a big fight, still a money fight for both guys. So we can't blame it on Teofimo Lopez team. They're trying, bro. They try, man. They can't control him if you go live. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you can't. Nah, bro. Nah. Nah, my brother. Nah, his team is working, bro. His team is working, bro. His team is working. Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney both agreed. And because of the tweets, allegedly, Bill Haney came to Rap Star Boxing Knowledge yesterday, this morning, and was talking about that it's just the disrespect. But both of them agree. Tio have agreed. Devin Haney has agreed. And it's just did this mother do not disrespect me? Who the fuck Teofimo Lopez to disrespect the Turk, a.k.a. Aladdin, a.k.a. AKA, I'm the ATM of the sport of boxing. I'm the Banco Popular. I'm the Bank of America. I'm the Chase. I'm the Wells Fargo. I am the money. I'm the bag. I'm the money make. Turkey out shake, motherfucker. Fuck Mayweather. I am him. But like, we'll open up the panels, you know what I'm saying, later in a bit. But damn, man, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta say this before we go. There's a lot of things to talk about. Jermall Charlo stepping back in the ring. Caleb Plant stepping back in the ring. I think there's gonna be, Jermall Charlo wins. He is going to I think Caleb Plant is victorious. Both of these guys are gonna be fighting in the end of the year, and it's gonna be a good PBC event. This Saturday gonna be a good PBC event. Shout out to Al Heyman, PBC, TGB. There was people in this community that says that PBC is no mas, There's going to be another PBC show August 16th on the same day that Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez was supposed to be fighting. Damn, that would have been a great day. That would have been a great date. August 16th is a date that I believe that Tank Davis is going to be fighting Lamar Roach, and Teofimo Lopez is going to be fighting Devin the Dream Haney on separate events. Hopefully they can lock that thing down. Hopefully that Turkey Out Shake doesn't become an emotional wreck. Because at the end of the day, regardless of people saying, yo, but Teofimo Lopez got to apologize, and Teofimo Lopez got to do this, and Teofimo Lopez got to do that. Let's not forget, man, this is the sport of boxing, and fighters go after their promoters, all the time. How many people you see? He's not immune. He's not above any criticism. He don't need to apologize to Turkey Out Shake. Mike Tyson was going to whoop Don King's behind leading up to the fight, doing a promo. Don King ain't saying, you know what, you're disrespecting me. All right, we ain't gonna put the fight. No. We seen Canelo Alvarez disrespect Oscar De La Hoya leading up to the Jaime Munguia fight. Oscar De La Hoya did not pull the plug on that fight, did not pull his fighter away from that fight. Doesn't matter what you say. Chris Eubank Jr. was calling all the promoters in that card a scumbag. They did not pull from that fight. You know what I'm saying? Chris Eubank Jr. was going at it with Eddie Hearn leading up to the Conor Ben fight. Eddie Hearn didn't say, you know what, I don't want to be part of this. I'm not going to put my fighter into this fight. I'm not going to be breaking bread with Chris Eubank Jr. It was none of that. We see it all the time. We see fighters disrespect Bob Arum. We see fighters disrespect Don King. We see fighters disrespect. Hey, remember when Zab Judah was going at it with Oscar De La Hoya leading up to the Danny Swift Garcia fight? What Turkey got to understand that you messing with American fighters, and we have the freedom of speech. This ain't this is the West. This ain't the East. You're not a dictator here. Maybe in your country, but what you working with is free speech people. And if they want to say that you a dick, then you're a dick. If we want to say something, we want to flame you, we want to flame you. So I don't know what Turkey Out Shake think, what sport he was walking into. This is boxing. You got to grow some thick skin. You may be the excellency in your country, and here you're just another motherfucker. And they don't mean no disrespect in that way. But over here, Jack, you ain't nothing. You not nothing. You just a regular dude with a grandmother gown with some Jesus Christ slippers, and a turban in your head. You're not that important. Ain't nobody here look at you at excellent. You ride the 6 train. Ain't nobody give a damn about your ass. You're not the excellency here. Beautiful. So stop being emotional, Turkey Out Shake. Put the fight down, pay the fighters, and that's it. Because if that's what's holding the fight, is there disrespect? Bro, it is what it is, man. You disrespected Canelo Alvarez, Let's not forget about that, Turkey Out Shake. You was saying that he's scared of somebody. Hold on, when was that? I remember when you was going at Canelo. I heard what Canelo said, that it doesn't respect me. He doesn't like the way that we do business. As for him respecting me, it doesn't matter to me if he does or not. So Turkey Out Shake, you don't get emotional. If somebody disrespect you, look, you even said with the Canelo Alvarez, you said, as for him respecting me, it doesn't matter to me if he does or he doesn't. Basically, you shouldn't get emotional of Teofimo Lopez calling you a dictator, D-I-C-K, aider. At the end of the day, it was Teofimo Lopez that showed up in Times Square. At the end of the day, it was Teofimo Lopez that promoted the fight on Times Square, because these guys was not promoting the fight. At the end of the day, it was Teofimo Lopez that he kept his end of the bargain. He took care of his responsibilities. He agreed to the money and the terms. Don't go back. It was Turkey Out Shake that wanted the boots versus Teofimo Lopez. It was just not Teofimo Lopez. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this thing out of the way. If y'all want to donate to the channel, you already know Cash App right there. This was Turkey Al Sheikh. Look at the date. This is January. See, it was supposed to be Garcia versus Haney too. See, Devin Haney, he won. Ryan Garcia fumbled the bag. Teofimo Lopez, he won. This was the thing. Teofimo Lopez is expecting boots. Teofimo Lopez kept his end of the deal. You shouldn't be mad at Teofimo Lopez, be mad at boots. But there was a money there that was supposed to be promised for Teo. And if a lot of people are saying that Devin Haney has a better brand or a bigger profile than Boots Ennis, then why is the money changing? Why is the money changing? I got to be real. I would like to see. Look. This is how I feel. And I think that is a legitimate reason how I feel about the situation when it comes to Teofimo Lopez versus Devin the Dream Haney. And I got to be real. I got to be honest. I got to be real. I'm going to be I always keep it real, but this is the real. This is the real. Let me take this thing out of the way. And we're going to be talking about this Canelo, the Canelo team, Eddie Reynoso's gym. And Jermall Charlo's comments. I like the Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez event. I like the promo. I can like the buildup. Is it anticipate and build up? My mind when I think about Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez is I'm thinking about Bill Haney and Teofimo Lopez Sr. going back and forth. The interviews, the antics, the funny stuff, the disrespect, the banter. I think about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney when they argue. Every time they're together, they have this little back and forth argument. Not malice, not really. They're highly competitive. They know each other very, very well. The fathers know each other very, very well. We've been promoting the fight for a long time, 6-7 years in my channel. The Lopez, the Haney's been here. I've been promoting this fight longer than anybody, or try to bring the two camps together more than anybody in this community. So if anybody has been more invested in Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney, has been Punch Drunk Boxing. My supporters know it and my haters know it. The people that rock with Bill Haney and Devin Haney knows it. Devin Haney knows it and Bill Haney knows it. Teofimo Lopez Sr. and Teofimo Lopez knows it. Nobody has been more invested in Teo versus Haney and has tried. And I've spoken to Eddie Hearn and we brought Teofimo Lopez former manager David McWaters, in which and Bill Haney was in the chat and they exchanged numbers, and right after that they spoke to one another and blah blah blah. All that, we tried everything. Even we had Senior and Bill Haney live going to a bar together, trying to lock it down, trying to talk together, we tried to hear him Punch Drunk Boxing. I tried with my little mic and the little voice that Punch Drunk Boxing got. We tried. So yes, we're fully invested in the fight, in the event. But I'll be honest, the momentum is not ideal for the moment. It didn't pique my interest. Couple of things why. As we all know, Devin Haney did win versus Jose Ramirez, but was very underwhelming. A lot of people didn't like the approach. A lot of people didn't like the way that he ran. It don't have good momentum. It didn't have great momentum going into the fight. So when I think about Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney, the last thing I'm thinking about that is going to be a great fight. The last thing I'm thinking about the fight. To be honest, I'm not thinking about the fight. I'm thinking about the promo, the antics, the circus. That's what I'm thinking about. The event is bigger than the Jerome Boots Ennis versus Teofimo Lopez event. But the fight, which fight I'd rather see better is Jerome Boots Ennis versus Teofimo Lopez. If I'm a fight fan and I'm thinking about the fight that is going to be action-packed, that is going to be my money's worth, I want to see Boots and Teo, two offensive fighter, speed, athleticism. You know what I'm saying? They into the hurt business. As the fight, Teofimo Lopez versus Jerome Boots Ennis is a better fight. Teofimo Lopez versus Devin the Dream Haney has a longer storyline, family feud, and And, you know, I believe they know how to promote better than the Boost team. So that's, he is the Baco Popular, right? I thought he was the Baco Popular. Fight Fury Films in the building. I thought Turkey was Baco Popular, a.k.a. Chase, a.k.a. Wells Fargo, a.k.a. Bank of America. His check is bouncing right now, man. Shout out to Fight Fury Films. Good looking out with the $20 super chat. Compra comida chino. Compra comida china. Good looking out. Appreciate you. You say I thought Turkey was Baco Popular. Why are you shorting up Teofimo Lopez money? Don't shorten up Teofimo Lopez money. Now we got to talk about this. Why is shortening up? Why is not? Look, Teofimo Lopez agreed. Devin Haney agreed. I would like to see the event. I'm cool with the event. I am cool with the event. If Boots Ennis don't want that work with Teofimo Lopez, ain't nobody gonna put a gun on Boots Ennis' head to get the fight. Boots Ennis is not answering. His brothers is not answering. His father is not answering. The YouTubers around Boots Ennis is scared that Teofimo Lopez is gonna upset and beat Jerome Boots Ennis, and probably trying to put Jerome Boots Ennis in a bubble wrap. Eddie Hearn want the fight. Turkey want the fight. Bob Arum want the fight. The network want the fight. The money, everything was riding on the Boots and Teofimo Lopez, but Boots is nowhere to be found. Puss and Boots. But if that's not on the table, I still need to eat. If that's not on the table, my legacy needs to be enhanced. And ladies and gentlemen, Teofimo Lopez and Devin the Dream Haney is the most accomplished fighters of this young generation. The Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney, it does make sense, a lot of sense. Now, did it have the momentum that Boots Ennis and Teofimo Lopez had in their last outing? Because in the sport of boxing, everybody always say that is the last fight, you're just as good as your last fight. Now, let me say it like this. Devin Haney. Look, we can't even say promise because he promised that he was going to be in the best shape of his life. Even Victor Conte said that that Devin Haney is going to be in the best shape of his life. If Devin Haney promised in a way that he's going to show the Lomachenko Devin Haney, the Regis Prograis Devin Haney, even I'm cool with the Ryan Garcia Devin Haney. I'm even cool with that Devin Haney fighting Teofimo Lopez. And I'm not saying because, oh, yeah, you just want Devin Haney to get beaten like that. No. It's not about that. It's that the approach that Devin Haney took with Ryan Garcia is still showing me effort. It still showing me heart. Devin Haney did not cheat in effort. Devin Haney showed ball. I'm going to say it like this. Devin Haney showed more balls, more cojones versus Ryan Garcia getting his ass whooped than he showed versus Santiago, than he showed versus George Camboso 1, that he showed more than Jose Ramirez, the Jose Ramirez fight. Devin Haney showed more cojones in the fight with Ryan Garcia than any of this fight. Because Devin Haney could have easily done to Ryan Garcia the way that he did Jose Ramirez after him getting dropped. He could have ran. He could have survived. But Devin Haney, every time he got put down, he came right back up and he went after Ryan Garcia. That's why a lot of people felt like, yo, it's stupid. A lot of people was contradicting themselves. Let's be real. Let's be honest. A lot of people was contradicting ourselves. We've been, including myself. I got to keep it on real, bossy, logically, and objectively. I'm a man. I keep it real. We've been begging Devin the Dream Haney to stand toe-to-toe. We've been begging Devin Haney to stop running. We've been begging Devin Haney to stop being boring. And then when Devin Haney shows that he's not a boring fighter, we criticized the performance. Well, we were saying, no, Lomachenko beat Devin Haney. Oh, look, he got his ass whooped by Ryan Garcia. But see, those are the fights that Devin Haney was willing to stand in the middle of the ring and give us what we've been asking him. including myself. I've done enough videos of saying that Devin Haney is boring. And guess what? Devin Haney was avoiding those frustrations because in the second fight with George Kambosos, he tried to knock out George Kambosos out in the second half of the fight. He tried to knock out he tried to knock out Jorge Linares in that fight before he got chin checked. And then he started like not trying to engage and clinch a lot. But let's not forget the first half of that fight. Devin Haney, especially that 6th round, was going at it. He wanted to knock out Jorge Linares. He went there. I see the effort. Let's be real, I mean, Devin Haney done got the power. He's not Mike Tyson. He's not Kid Dynamite. But I could tell when a fighter is really trying to put a hurt on another fighter. And Devin Haney in the second fight with George Kambosos tried to do just that. Devin Haney versus Vasily Lomachenko tried to do just that. Devin Haney versus Regis Prograis, we seen him put him down. Because let's be real, let's be honest. What was the question of Devin Haney moving up to the 140-pound division? Will Devin Haney power would translate into the 140-pound division, right? That was the number one question for us with Devin Haney. And as soon as he went to the 140-pound division, he knocked down Regis Prograis, a tough competitor. Nobody thought that Devin Haney was going to hurt Regis Prograis because we know that Regis Prograis may not have the skill set and the arsenals of Devin Haney. He's not as polished as Devin Haney technically wise, but we did not think that Devin Haney was going to put down Regis Prograis. So we want fighters to be humble. Let's humble our assessment. Devin Haney showed up. Devin Haney tried to avoid the frustrations and tried to avoid the criticism of him. He went back with the Jose Ramirez. I didn't think, look, even my prediction of Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez. What's good, Shine in the building, shine in the building. I thought that Devin Haney was going to do a number on Jose Ramirez because I said that Jose Ramirez was coming into that fight as a shot fighter. He didn't have no momentum. And if you saw Jose Ramirez, the way he was going at Devin Haney could have easily, you know what I'm saying, like pick him apart. And I could understand why Devin Haney chose to fight like that. Pay-per-view event. People are paying. Times Square. I know it's not the fans, but it was a good setting. And think about it. If Ryan Garcia would have, we already know that Ryan Garcia lost, but if Devin Haney would have put up a great show, a great outing, like the one he did with Regis, because still there's questions. There's still questions of Devin Haney. No matter, even if he he didn't beat Jose Ramirez. He outpointed Jose Ramirez. It's a difference. Yo, I beat that dude up. You ain't beat him up. You just outpointed him. A lot of people, there's still questions of Devin Haney mentally because we feel like he didn't go out there to erase the perception. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney is on the table. It's a fight that we've been asking for, and it's a fight that should come to fruition. So, you said, George says your tone. No, my tone is the same. Is that you don't listen right. Is that you don't listen right. You know what I'm saying? Is that you don't like unbiased talk. You ask for bias, you ask for fairness, but then you don't like it when you hear it. Should I keep on saying that Teofimo that Devin Haney is a boring fighter and he ain't shit? He's boring. He should not get the fight. Do you want me to keep on going with that? Or because then, see, I'm a supporter of Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez will whoop Devin Haney's behind easily. I'm a Teofimo Lopez fan. I'd be like, hey, yo, Teo, go fight Bud Crawford. Teo, go fight Boots. I don't babysit Teo. I'm not a babysitter like a lot of these like Jerome Boots Ennis fans, they're babysitters. Like Javante Tank Davis fans, they're babysitters. No, I mean Tank, he sells more pay-per-views than other people. See, I'm a guy that I tell my favorite fighter, hey, yo, Canelo Alvarez, go out there and fight David Benavidez. Hey, yo, Teofimo Lopez, go out there and fight Bud Crawford. Go out there and fight Boots. Now, yeah, I was the one a year before it even happened. A year and a half before anybody spoke about it, I told Naoya Inoue, move up and fight Stephen Fulton. I got the receipts. Look what I do with the fighters. Look what I do with the fighters that I support. Unlike you, Georgina. Hold on. Look at this. Watch right here. What year is this? Look at this, folks. This is what you call hardcore boxing fan. Look at this. Remember this? What year did I post this? What's the year? What's the year, ladies and gentlemen? What year did I post this? When nobody was talking about Fulton Inoue. I wanted Inoue, one of my favorite fighters, to move up and there to be great. See, I don't babysit my fighters. I even put Stephen Fulton on the pound-for-pound list when nobody was talking about it. Nobody was talking about this fight but Punch One Boxing. I don't babysit my favorite fighters. I don't babysit fighters that, and you know why I like the Stephen Fulton as well? Because Stephen Fulton beat Angelo Leo in Angelo Leo style. Look at Angelo Leo. It aged well. That win with Stephen Fulton. Now you ain't no look, all right. How about this one? How about this one, folks? How about this one? How about this one? I know you're not gonna like this one. I know you're not gonna like this one, but put this. I know you're not gonna like this one. Hold on. I know you're not gonna like this one, but guess what? Hold on. I'm not supporting Dare to Be Great, right? Give me a sec. Watch this one. Watch this one. Hold on. Where's that? Okay. Who that? Jermall Charlo. Canelo Alvarez. Undisputed, right? Y'all saw that fight, right? Y'all saw that fight, right? Right? Y'all saw that fight? What? Look at the date. May 10th, 2023. May 10th. That's when I posted. That's right after Canelo Alvarez won his fight. Ain't nobody was talking about that fight. Ain't nobody presented a Jermall Charlo versus Canelo Alvarez. It was all about Jermall Charlo probably and Canelo Alvarez. Who came? Look at the theme. Look at the theme. Undisputed versus undisputed. Look at the date. Was that day before the the Canelo Alvarez? I'm sorry. Was that fight before the Earl Spence versus Bud Crawford? What fight came through fruition? I'm a Jermall Charlo fan. I'm a Canelo Alvarez fan. Might as well give me the fight. I don't babysit my fan. I'm my favorite fighter. Like y'all babysit your favorite fighter. Look, I've put my favorite fighter. I asked for the hardest fight for the fighter that I support. I support Canelo Alvarez. I'm a little bit frustrated that Canelo Alvarez didn't fight David Benavidez. How about a lot of people know that I'm a Demise Andre? I'm a supporter of Demise Andre. What fight that I was pumping? For Demise Andre? David Benavidez? All right, let's see for how long I've been pumping that fight. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. I got ya. Yes, sir. Let's see. Yes, sir. Got you right here. Hold on. What is this one? Wait. Okay. Boo Boo next. What's the date? What's the date? March 29th, 2023. Who's talking about that fight? Hold on. February 28th, 2023. Who's talking about the Mise Andre versus David Benavidez? Come on now. Let me see. I got mad. I break it down on bossy, logically, and objectively. Hold on. Dímelo, Vet. Oh, my fault, Vet. Vet. Vet in the building, Colombia Peso. Man, he said, shout out to Mr. Moonshine and still the funniest boxing channel in YouTube. Gracias, amigo. Appreciate you, my brother. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell is going on in Eddie Reynoso's gym? Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell is going on in Eddie Reynoso's gym? Eddie Reynoso's gym is the crack house of PEDs. If y'all remember in y'all hood, back in the days, probably in the 90s, late 80s and stuff like that. In the 2000s, probably there's some crack houses. There used to be crack buildings here, crack townhouses here, right in Harlem. In Heights, everywhere, Brooklyn, Bronx. Eddie Reynoso's gym is the crack house of PEDs. And it's time for the FBI, the DEA. I think there has to be an investigation going on Eddie Reynoso, to be honest. We've been in the neck. We've been on Snack's neck for several years. We have criticized and still criticize. Victor Conte, the Pablo Escobar of PEDs. We've criticized Memo. But Eddie Reynoso's gym has been the dirtiest gym in the past decade, bro. Let's keep it real, let's keep it honest. There is no way. Hold on, the news was, if y'all just catching on right now, Jaime Munguia has tested positive. Let me take this thing out of the way. Let me take this thing out of the way. Otro boxeador de Eddie Reynoso que está positivo. Another boxer. Look at this. Canelo Alvarez, Oscar Valdez, El Rey Martinez, Jaime Munguia, Luis Neri too. Ryan Garcia. But he's not with Eddie Reynoso. But maybe Ryan Garcia learned. Maybe Ryan Garcia learned the Oster and stuff with Eddie Reynoso. I don't know. Teofimo Lopez and Virgil Ortiz escaped the bullet. It's true. They escaped. They escaped the trap house. Yo. Eddie Reynoso, El Chapo de PED. Mira, Joaquín. Ay. El Chapo de PEDs. Ya lo dije. Mira. I said that Victor Conte is the Pablo Escobar of PEDs. But Eddie Reynoso got to be El Chapo, es verdad. Joaquín, El Chapo. That's going to be the next video, yeah. Good looking out, Joaquin. I'm gonna give you credit for that. I gotta do another video, and it's gonna be that's gonna be Eddie Reynoso, El Chapo, El PED Chapo, El PED Chapo of boxing. And I don't want to hear nobody come to my channel in the chat trying to justify it. No, You just don't have all these fighters, all his premier fighters, popping dirty, bro. No. Nah. I don't want to hear even Eddie Reynoso. I heard an article that says, well, Eddie Reynoso doesn't know what he doesn't be with his fighters and he's not the nutrition. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. This doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. All these dudes is popping dirty. All the high invested fighters is popping dirty. I'm going to tell you like this. And Canelo Alvarez doesn't look the same. Canelo Alvarez does not look the same. Diablo, no diga eso, Shy. Shy, you know, don't say that. You know they got some informants going on in the YTBC. You know who they are. And it's not, and I think everybody know who that is. You know what I'm saying? Don't push it on me, Shy. You know who's the informants in the YTBC. That's public records. That's not even a shot. He can't even be mad. Shy said, I'm so glad that Tia was not working with them. It's true, man. He would have popped dirty. He would have popped dirty too. He said, name the names. You know, stop playing around. Everybody knows the name. It's been known for years. Everybody knows it. Me now naming the names is just, and me is now like picking the scab. Everybody knows in this community, and nobody cares. You know why? Because he gets massive support. Everybody knows. Everybody knows the Boxing Voice. Everybody know about Ness. So stop. I could say the name. Everybody knows Ness Pass. It doesn't matter. People support him, and his channel is popping and stuff like that. I mean, we live in an era where people don't care. You know what I'm saying? This is just boxing. We live in an era that people don't care. You know, Tekashi 6ix9ine, people support him. You know what I'm saying? People support Kid Cudi. People support Mike Tyson, right? Mike Tyson got convicted of rape. People like him. People couldn't wait till he come out of jail. People give a F about this every Washington. People don't give a damn that Javante Tan Davis manhandled his baby mama. People don't give a damn that Ricardo Mayorga be slapping the ass of Sherman Mosley's wife. People didn't care that Bernard Hopkins dropped the Puerto Rican flag. People don't care that Billy Joe Saunders was demonstrating how to beat a woman in the heavy bag. Got suspended like for 10 days and then gave him his license back. At the end of the day, this is boxing. People don't care. People don't care about the racial undertones. People don't care about nothing. This is boxing. There's channel hosts. There's channels that their hosts are informants. There's channel hosts that they got sexual predators, and people support them. It don't matter, right? Am I lying? Oh, Brian Clark said La Farmacia. Ay, ay, ay. Yo, we're gonna give Eddie Reynoso a lot of names. Mike Coppinger reported that Nevada informed all relevant parties Wednesday that Jaime Munguia, a sample returned an adverse analytical finding for, how you pronounce this? Exogenous or exogenous? Exogenous or exogenous origin of testosterone metabolites following a urine sample on May 4 when he defeated Bruno Soros, source tells Ring Magazine. Now, there is going to be a look. I told y'all that leading up to the Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't trust Eddie, and I don't trust Snack. This might be the battle of the PEDs. The Pablo Escobar of PEDs and El Chapo of PEDs. Eddie Reynoso. Diablo, man. We bad, man. How we gonna get Yo. Yo. All right, folks. All right, let me ask the question before we go further, because it may not be fair. It's just a coincidence, right? It may not be fair, but it's just a coincidence. Should Eddie Reynoso take some, half, most of the responsibility of 5 of his fighters, high-profile fighters, in the last 5, 7, 8 years? What was it like? Let's say 8 years. In the last 8 years, 5 high-profile fighters. If y'all want to include Ryan Garcia, but I don't know, we can't put it on Eddie Reynoso because he wasn't with Eddie Reynoso. But he was about to train with Eddie Reynoso. Anyway, he didn't train with Eddie Reynoso, but he was maybe he learned from Eddie Reynoso, but whatever. Should Eddie Reynoso be held accountable for 5 of his fighters pop dirty in the last 7 years, 7, 8 years? Because it's a coincidence, bro. Should, let's say yes or no, give me an answer in the chat. Should Eddie Reynoso be held accountable? Should Eddie Reynoso be investigated? Because now it's getting to the point where Eddie Reynoso really need to sit down and answer to this. Because it doesn't make sense. And guess what? And the WBC, they try so hard to clean it up for Eddie Reynoso. They try hard to clean it up with Canelo Alvarez, with the computer roll, the hair follicle, and all that stuff. They trying to clean it up with the T, with Oscar Valdez, that it wasn't in their jurisdictions or something like that. And then here it comes. Every time. I knew it. You know I was waiting for this, folks. I was waiting for it. Hold on, let me put my face on it. I was waiting for this. It never fails. I don't want to stand in this community. It never fails. Why, when we always holding the Canelo team, no PED, no boxing for no life, every time we talk about or emphasize that Eddie Reynoso or Canelo Alvarez, somebody always try to implement the Floyd Mayweather is on PEDs. Why? I want to know why in this community it never fails. On my channel, if I go to another channel and they're talking about Canelo Alvarez, it's always somebody has to come with the Mayweather. What the hell does Mayweather have to do with Eddie Reynoso and Canelo Alvarez? What does Floyd Mayweather have to do with popping dirty when it comes to Neri, El Rey Martinez, Oscar Valdez, Jaime Munguia, Canelo Alvarez? Why people always bring in a Floyd Mayweather to when we're holding Canelo's accountable? I want to know that the diamond. Why? I want to know, why did you have to come up with the Floyd Mayweather? What is it? What is it? What does Floyd? We wasn't even talking about Floyd Mayweather today. Joaquin says jealousy and motherfucker. I want to know, what the hell has Floyd Mayweather has to do with this subject right now? This guy's not even active. Floyd Mayweather's taking pictures with Teofimo Lopez. I want to know it's every time. Every time we're holding we're talking about Canelo or criticizing somebody, always got to come with this Floyd Mayweather. Right, sucker? Bert says, why Vada is in charge of testing? I'm going to tell you like this. You notice that the Pablo Escobar of PEDs is not that. He's not on Twitter like that anymore. Not like that. Not active like that. I agree with Jermall Charlo, what he said today. 100%. Because I know. When Jermall Charlo today was talking about that almost everybody is on PEDs. It's just that they know how to not go above the, that limit that could make them pop dirty. And it's true. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you like this, and I know this for a fact. You see the lab? That lab that used to be in Florida, the lab is still there. Different location. I ain't gonna mention the names but I'm gonna tell you the truth. In that sense, the lab is still there. The personnel is still attached to those labs. Your favorite fighter goes to that lab. Your favorite fighters go to Florida. Your favorite fighters. And everybody knows it. Everybody in boxing knows it. Everybody in boxing knows it. It's beyond boxing. It's beyond boxing, folks. Many of your favorite fighters are on PEDs. Oh, yeah, you're talking about this one, right? HOD, I didn't even put it like that. Shout out to Jermall Charlo. He's not an emotional brother. Shout out to Jermall Charlo.
Just got a word that the Teofimo and Devin Haney fight, they were supposed to
I'm going for Teo.
They fell out, though.
I'm going for Teo regardless.
Even with all the comments?
I like Teo. I don't mind. I say racist shit all the time, man. Last question. I don't mean it. I ain't racist, but we all say the shit. You white?
Yeah, I am.
So what? That don't mean I'm racist.
Which one I got it from, and shout out. I usually don't like doing it because, of course, man, I don't like them doing it to me. But shout out, everybody, go subscribe to Fire Hub, Fire Hype. Go subscribe to Sean. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the boxing content creators and stuff like that. But that's what Jermall Charlo did say. I rock. Thank you, Jermall Charlo, for not being, he's not an emotional brother. He said what everybody else is. He's saying the truth. It's bigger than Nino Brown. It's big business. Them. Who's they? Kareem Akbar, the educated brother from the bank. Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this. He said that was Sean the Weasel trying to bait Charlo with his lefties beta male ass. Shout out to that's my guy Sean. Shout out to Sean. There's few people that have acknowledged my work and giving me props in front of the powers that be. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Ellie. And I know that Ellie is going back and forth with Kalen Plant, and I'm going to say this. I'm on Ellie's side, and I don't give a damn what y'all say. Ellie Setback is one of the pioneers of what we do. Ellie Setback is one of the most premier independent media. Ellie is one of the founding fathers of this independent boxing shit. I don't give a damn what anybody say. Ellie Setback is one of the hardest working independent media in the sport of boxing. He's one of the first. And not just in boxing, in basketball. The greatness loves and supports Ellie. Manny Pacquiao opens the door for Ellie. Mike Tyson opens the door for Ellie. Kobe Bryant was opening the door for Ellie. Nah, Ellie's one of the hardest working dudes. I don't give a damn what anybody say. And when a guy is look, I'm gonna tell you like this. At a time when it was, look, it's Ellie, Marcos Villegas, right? Radio Raheem, right? Nestor Gibbs. These guys been doing it for years. Certain dudes from the shout out to 78 Sports TV. He's been doing it for a long time as well. But who else? Dante Boxing Nation been doing. I know. I understand people. I'm just saying that there's people that have been doing it for a long time. But Ellie, what's her name? Hey, fight fans, Michelle Phelps. Shout out to Michelle Phelps. But Ellie, right? Ellie been doing this thing, bro. And the first time when I was on the field, meaning I was doing independent media and stuff like that, And I remember my first media, one of my first, um, um, when I first got media credentials to do an event, and Ellie in front of the people, he like, yo, we need a new voice, like Punch Drunk Boxing. Yo, I like your stuff, man. We need you. We need you. We need a voice like that. We need new people that report boxing. And he was telling that while the people of PBC was there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like a yo, you doing your thing and stuff like that. Keep doing your thing. And then, you know, he showed love, bro. And then he interviewed you. I want to interview you. Like, nah, that's love right there. For his platform, he showed me love, bro. And this is the guy that's supposed to be probably the cocky one, right? The cocky one. Nah, man. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ness. Shout out to Marcos Viegas as well. Shout out to Marcos, Fire Hub TV. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sean. So, nah, those dudes, and it's humble. Like they're not afraid to put people, like, you know what I'm saying, like yo. And I'm like that. Like I've told people, like, yo, you want me to hold the camera for you so you could do this interview and stuff like that. I'm that type. But then there's a lot of snakes in this community as well. Bert said, yo, Ellie is super cool too and humble. Yeah, he man cool. So, and people were saying, yo, you see how Caleb Platt was talking to him, and he was, man, Ellie stood right there. This is what it is, folks, to be honest. And for the people that keep on saying, oh, yo, but Ellie is on this person's dick, and this is stop that rainbow stuff. We're all humans. When people show you love, right, you appreciate that. Because at the end of the day, our how you say it? It's great to have fighters or boxing personnel recommend the world. Like when Jermall Charlo, when I was doing media, and Jermall Charlo said, yo, Punch Drunk Boxing, I know all about you, man. I follow you, man. Man, keep on doing your thing. To be acknowledged, that's a cool thing. So naturally, you give those that show you love the benefit of the doubt. That's human. That's energy. That's a human thing. You show me love and you appreciate my work and you appreciate my fairness. You appreciate my constructive criticism. You appreciate my praise. You don't, and you know the line of work, right? I respect you. Shout out to Jermall Charlo. Shout out to, I remember Demetrius Andre. I had media credentials and they wasn't letting certain people go above this area. And he goes, nah. He gotta be here. He's one of the real ones. All these motherfuckers is fake and shit like that. He keeps it real. In front of everybody. In front of the people on the zone. Nah. I'm gonna show you love. That's a human thing. Well, you think I'm gonna be like, nah, man, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm gonna show you love. I'm gonna show you love. The Canelo Alvarez team. Yo, did you ever ask Canelo Alvarez a question? Nah, I didn't get, man. Everybody was around it. Yo, let's go to we'll have Canelo Alvarez and pick couple of you and stuff like that. You funny and stuff like that. Bang, we're gonna have an interview. And then I had that sit down with Canelo Alvarez, and it was like only like 5 of us. When you get acknowledged and you be respected and people acknowledge your work, shout out to Ak and Barack. Shout out to Barack, bro. Shout out to Ak and Barack. Shout out to Ak and Barack. You know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to I gotta tell you, no, you know why I gotta say, because I gotta tell you the real mother effers in this community, bro. Because I've even said good things. You know what I'm saying? I try to put people on, but you know what I'm saying, they don't, it's not reciprocated, right? Shout out to Jordan Maldonado. One of the realest mother effers in this boxing shit. And is a woman, Amanda Serrano. Amanda Serrano, man. I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I get goosebumps when I think about it, because I think that this is one of I think it was top 5, one of my biggest highlights of my life. Walking out of Manor Serrano in 73,000 people. And because the support, my breakdowns, my assessment, and Amanda Serrano she doesn't have that. She don't have an entourage like that. Her sister, her cut man, shout out to Mike Bassel, her trainer, Jordan Maldonado, and the second hand and punch run boxing. Your biggest fight of your career, your biggest bag, the biggest moment. And you wanted me to be a part of that. Nah. Amanda Serrano is the realest, the realest, bro. The realest. Pedro Jordan Maldonado and Amanda Serrano. They made me feel like, damn, yo, I sacrificed. This time, man, I'm telling you the truth, bro. Yo, you put your family to the side, you put your kids to the side, no vacation. My vacation is going to these shows, bro. For how long y'all seen me here? Yeah, Miami, yo, I went to Miami and it was like, yo, and my grandmother died and stuff, so I'm grieving. I'm grieving at the time, just recently, right? And I just need time for myself. And even it was, look, I'm gonna tell you, yo, folks, I'm gonna tell you this is the real truth. A couple of weeks ago, it was time for me. I haven't had a break for me in a long time. I don't remember that. Everything's been work, everything's been providing, everything has been that. That's been life. Provide, work. Take care of the little one. Take care of the family. Work. No breaks at all. Job here, job there. Work. Boxing, job there. No breaks. I've done videos every single day. I go live videos, work all day long, right? Even, put it this way, I was in Miami, right? I said I need time to grieve and time for like a reset, right? Don't call me family. Don't call me unless there's an emergency. I just need time for myself. Just give me 1 week. 1 week. And still in the week, I'm putting work for boxing. The family can't call me, but I'm still showing up for y'all. I've put family in the back burner for boxing. They can't call me, but y'all can engage with me. Y'all engage with me when I'm gone. Y'all engage with me more than the kiddos in the family. So when you get appreciated like that, the prayers, 600 likes and stuff like that, when my OG, my queen died, and a lot of y'all pray, man, for real. I love the community. I love y'all for that as well. It seemed like get the jokes. The jokes is all good. I be joking around like that, but man, it's been the toughest, emotionally toughest 2 months of my life. And boxing has, every time I do a video, I don't think about it, stuff like that. But I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the channel. I'm grateful for all of y'all. I'm grateful for the support. I'm grateful for boxing. So now, back. So shout out to Serrano. Shout out to Demetrius Andre. Shout out to Demetrius Andre. I walked out Demetrius Andre in Washington, D.C. Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm blackballed from certain promotional companies, right? Because of my outspoken ways and things of that nature, right? And when people be like, "Oh, yo, your boy Demetrius," yeah, because that's my brother. Forget about my boy. Demetrius Andre is my brother. They didn't want. I'm gonna say they, But a personnel walked up to me and she say, "Who you with?" And I'm like, "I'm with the Ms. Andre." This person said, "That motherfucker." Straight like that. Cause they know I wasn't supposed to be in, like they don't, I don't get the media credentials for that. So they like, how the fuck this guy's here? So we in the locker room, and I'm like, then I will go back to the locker room because I was outside and stuff like that. Outside of the locker room, I go back into the locker room and stuff like that. And they go like, and they wanted to talk to Andre and the manager, and the Ms. Andre's attorney. And he's like, "Man, I don't give a I don't give a F what they say. He's with me. He's gonna stay here with me. Or we ain't fighting." Yo, that right there, like, it's like, yo, this dude really, that he'll really appreciate me as a supporter, as a friend, he said, "Man, he's staying with me. I don't give a fuck. He's with me. Fuck out of here. I don't need a fight." I said, this motherfucker's real. This right here, this is a friend. So F that which I say. That motherfucker is real. One of the realest mother effers I ever met in boxing, Demetrius Andre. Facts. He don't sugarcoat nothing. He don't nah. The real, and he lets me criticize. And he lets me be me. He not emotional. He not on whole things like, yo, I could say this about the Pablo Escobar PEDs. He laughs. So it's few people, you know what I'm saying? Few people in this boxing community, you know what I'm saying? Tio, my guy. Teofimo Lopez Sr. Maybe the crazy, but maybe the most unfiltered person, but what you see is what you get. And then there's sometimes, in this community where I'm gonna tell you who's cool. Well, in this community, I understand. I'm gonna just say this to people, to the fighters and shit like that, man. Appreciate those who show you love, man, because you got a short career. And let me tell you like this: I've seen fighters that's not relevant, and they wish to get interviews. They wish to get people to say, "Yo, you want to interview?" And now you're not relevant no more. You ain't nobody no more. But guess what? These boxing content creators is somebody. So when I see Caleb Plant going at it with Ellie is more important to this community than Caleb Plant. Bro, Ellie is more important to this community than Caleb Plant. I give Ellie the benefit of the doubt. Caleb Plant loses one more time. What will you expect from Caleb Plant? But you respect a breaking news from Ellie. You expect the inside, all this information and videos of Manny Pacquiao in preparation. Because these boxing content creators, independent media is gonna stay. We do the grind. We do the work out here. These fighters just do the work in the ring. But we keep boxing conversations alive. So I know I see the comments. Oh, yo, Ellie ain't nah, man. Ellie's man cool, bro. It's the reason why they opened the door for Ellie. Robert Garcia has open arms. Virgil Ortiz has open arms. Gervonta Tank Davis has open arms. And it's not because Ellie is Ellie show love and Ellie is respectful at the same time. What other fighters don't like is they probably see that he gives this other person the benefit of the doubt, but look how they treat him. You always going to give the people that treat you good the benefit of the doubt. That's giving the benefit of the doubt is not even bias. Somebody show you their respect and consistency and stuff like that. You give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't even know. It was something that Caleb Plant said that he said to Ellie about a video when he didn't put it out or he didn't take it out. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Sometimes these people do a video and they always want people to take down a video. You know how many? You don't know how many videos I've taken down for certain people. Do they respect 3 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour work? Eddie the PED Chapo. Yeah, man. What y'all think, man? Should give me a yes or no? Should Eddie Reynoso's gym be investigated? Should Eddie Reynoso's gym be investigated? Now it's becoming now after this, it's like, yo, if there's any fighter that's willing to work with Eddie, I think that's too tainted right now. It's too tainted right now. It's something that look, there is something that they're doing recklessly. Like, yeah, a lot of people does PEDs. A lot of gyms on PEDs, and these PED guys are in the sport of boxing. A lot of people's around these PEDs. He said HLD said you can't really investigate shit. I don't know but it's just too much of a coincidence, man. It's too much of a coincidence. And the sad part about it in boxing, even the boxing teams, boxing camp, y'all let these guys in. Y'all cannot tell me. Look, I believe this is just me, and this is not a pulling an excuse, a premature excuse. If I see Canelo versus Bud, and I did a video about it, and I'm keeping it real. This is just me not being naive. If I see Bud Crawford hurt Canelo Alvarez, I'm gonna say he's on PEDs. And maybe somebody gonna be like, yo, but Canelo Alvarez with Eddie Reynoso, he's on PEDs. I gotta stay shut. I think maybe, to be honest, I think both of these guys was gonna be on PEDs in September. That's just my opinion. I think that Canelo and Bud is gonna be on PEDs come September. So, or at least one of them is going to be. Look. He's with Pablo Escobar PEDs. They saying that they have all this 24-hour 365 testing. I haven't seen a paperwork of Bud Crawford still getting tested. We know that Canelo Alvarez is being tested because he just finished a fight. Has Bud Crawford? I haven't seen the paperwork. Right? That negative, positive. Nah. I think Bud is taking PEDs now, whether it's banned substance. See, look, whether it's banned substance, if it's banned substance, the amount that he's taking, is it banned? No. Ain't nobody gonna feel that he get that confidence and all this. Oh, Bud is strong. Bud is this. Ese tigre está cogiendo algo. I don't care. Y'all can play the fool all y'all want. Ese tigre está cogiendo algo. We saw how he looked on 154. He goes to the 168 and act like, yeah, I got a chance to beat Canelo. You're taking something, and that's it. And that is your confidence. And now they becoming liars. Now, DK Bud Crawford is only getting $10 million. Mira esa mentira. Yeah, he's becoming a liar now. And say it with the straight face. Say it with the straight face. And then people want to be, hey, yo, but Punch, but your boy's Demetrius Andre, isn't he with Snack? Why you don't say nothing about your boy? Because he was fighting David Benavidez, and David Benavidez está con Memo Heredia. Fair play. That's why I ain't say shit. Conte versus Memo was Demetrius Andre versus David Benavidez. Right? Yo, why you don't say nothing about your boy? Because the motherfuckers with Memo. What you want me to say? The level of the playing field. Yes. Now it's leveled. He got Memo, he got Conte. Let's get it on. That's why, yo, boy Punch, I didn't have to say nothing. It was Memo versus Conte. Boxing is the real wild way. Yo, any boxing fan, how many years I've been saying that? I said a long time, I'm gonna write a book that boxing is the gangster's playground. I'm telling you, a lot of people on substance, man. A lot of people, bro. A lot of them, man. A lot of them. And it's not even overseas. It's easy. Yo, how you got the Pablo Escobar of PEDs running the whole test? Yes, yo, can you imagine They can Victor Conte and Memo in baseball right now after what they did. Next level boxing. With a $2 super chat says, yo, what you think of Canelo backing Tio to beat Haney? That's easy. I mean, of course, definitely Teofimo Lopez is going to beat the shit out of Devin Haney. Teofimo Lopez is going to beat the shit out of Devin Haney. I want to see the fight. I just got Teofimo Lopez beating the shit out of Devin Haney. If Devin Haney show the glimpse of wanting to fight like he did versus Ryan Garcia, wanted to fight like he did versus Regis Prograis, or even the Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez is going to pick him apart. Teofimo Lopez is going to treat Devin Haney like he did Arnold Barboza. Yes. Oh, but he's not Arnold Barboza. Teofimo Lopez is going to do the same shit to Devin Haney like he did to Arnold Barboza. The soon as Devin Haney wants to engage, he's gonna get picked apart by Teofimo Lopez, and he never been in the ring with somebody fast like that. He never been in the ring with somebody athletic. Other than sparring, he never been in the ring with something like that. And then when speed matches speed, like he was getting left hook, and look, I'm gonna say it like this: Ryan Garcia was in the worst shape of his life, beating up Devin Haney the way he beat him up. Oscar, you can say Oscar all you want. Ryan Garcia was in the worst shape of his life versus Devin Haney. Shai said, Punch, do you think that Tio versus Haney will happen? I think it will. I think it should. I think it will. I did want to see the Boots and Tio, but Boots really doesn't want to see he doesn't care about the money. He don't want the fight. I think they got cold feet. I feel like if they fight Teofimo Lopez and Teofimo Lopez have every capability of beating him, it stopped that aura of Boots right now. And I think that Boots right now could capitalize fighting easy fights for $2-3 million. And I think that he's gonna capitalize of the opportunity of having his $2-3 million fighting easy pickings and make a career out of that. I think if Teofimo Lopez beat Jermall Boots Ennis right now, I think that he wouldn't even be talked about, because as much as Boots Ennis is good, there's not a machine behind him. People won't even talk about Jermall Boots Ennis at 154. People would remember the aura is that Boots was the boogeyman of Bud and Earl Spence. If he loses to Teofimo Lopez, what does he have? He don't have a legacy like Tio, to the point where Tio could take a hiccup, but he still became lightweight undisputed and have Lomachenko on his resume and beat Richard Comey. You know what I'm saying? Boots is not sitting on that. Boots is sitting on his best victory is Stanionis. So when Tio lost to Kambosa, it wasn't hype because he already beaten Richard Comey. He beat Vasily Lomachenko. It's easy to say he had a bad night. If he loses to, if Boots loses to Tio, it will be like you never face any pound for pound elite fighter. No wonder you just been fighting all these guys. You really haven't proven that you're it. You have passed the eye test, and the eye test is Boots has the passing of the eye test. Boots has it better than anybody passing the eye test. But in terms of, you look at his career, if you look at his resume, he ain't beat nobody special. He looks special, but he ain't haven't beaten anybody special. When I think about Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez, like again, I said in the beginning, I said the fight, Boots versus Tio, the fight is better. Tio versus Haney, the event, the promo, the circus, the drama leading up to the fight is good. But when we're talking about the fight, Boots and Tio is the fight. The event, Tio versus Haney, that's what it is. If you are in it for the promo, if you want to be hyped to the promo, the Bill going after Senior going after Bill, Tio talking his shit, Devin Haney talking his shit back and forth, the storyline and stuff like that. That's what I'm into for that event. But the fight, Boots and Tio. Styles. The peak of athleticism, the peak speed, power, twitch your muscle, showmanship. That's what, oh my God. When I think about Tio and Boots, I think about what a clash. When I think about Devin and Tio, the fight, I don't see it as a fight. I see Teo chasing Devin Haney. I see this is the conversation when we're talking about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, the fight, the bout. Will Teofimo Lopez cut the ring off? You see the difference? So am I hyped for the fight? Is Devin Haney going to run? Is Teofimo Lopez cut the ring off? Is Teofimo Lopez not going to cut the ring off like the Jermaine Ortiz? And if we're talking about that, then you know it's not a great fight. It's not a great fight. It's a great hype, but it's not a great fight. With the us thinking that Devin Haney's last performance was running around. That's why the Boots and the Teo, when we're thinking about Teo and Boots, even if you're going for Boots and you're saying that, oh shit, Boots will beat the shit out of Teo, you're thinking about somebody getting their ass kicked. You get it? So the Boots and Teo is a better fight. When you think about Teo and Boots, you're thinking about a fight. You know whether you're a fan of Teofimo Lopez or not, he's going to fight. You know whether you're a fan of Boots Ennis or not, that he's going to fight. You know that. You know ain't nobody going to be running. You know they're two offensive fighters. You know they're going to try to win. You know they both going to be trying to hurt each other. That's why the Boots and Teo is a better fight. Anybody that tells you that is lying. Anybody that tells you that a Devin Haney versus Teo is a better fight than Boots and Teo is lying. Those are now puppets of the Haney narrative. Well, shit, you got to be skillful enough to cut the ring off. Motherfucker, at the end of the day, you want to see a fight. Everybody, we're in it as to see a fight. We're sacrifice our time to see a fight. We pay to see a fight. We don't pay to see, I just want to see. You know what I'm saying? It's very intriguing how, you know what I'm saying? I really want to see how Teofimo Lopez is going to train and cut the ring off and try to chase down Devin Haney and catch him. That's not what you want to see. That's not what I want to see. Let's be real. Let's be honest. You want to see Teo and Haney because of the drama, the promo. I want to see Boots and Teo because of the fight. I want to see Haney and Teo because of the drama. Can we be real? Can we be real about that? I haven't heard anybody with a legitimate breakdown of Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez as this is going to be an exciting fight. I haven't heard anyone break down Teo versus Haney like, yo, this is going to be an incredible fight. This is going to be an entertaining fight. I can't wait to see how they're going to clash. Yo, this is going to be like Sugar Ray Leonard. Nobody, bro. Nobody is breaking that fight down like that. Nobody. People can say, oh, watch. If Teo catches him, you know what I'm saying? If Teo catches him, I have to think that, damn, Teo, what is your strategy to chase down Devin Haney? And then Devin Haney narrative pushers are saying, well, you got to stop Devin Haney from doing it. Is Jose Ramirez's job to stop, like Bill Haney said in recent interviews, is Robert Garcia's job, isn't he a great trainer, to basically catch us? Is that what we're paying for? Is that what you want me to be hyped? Is that where we're I'm good with the event. Make the fight, make the event. If you for 8 weeks of promo, if you're going to get it, you're going to get me excited because of that, and it's going to be entertaining. I'm here to watch. I support it. If Devin Haney says, you know what, look, I'd rather Devin Haney and Bill say what it is. Yo, look, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. We fought the way that we fought because we trying to secure the bag and stay in position. I ain't want my son to get a broken hand. We knew that we got Ryan Garcia. We ain't gonna be wasting our time trying man hard and make a statement on Jose Ramirez when our statement needs to be done versus Ryan Garcia. Everybody knows that we're better than Jose Ramirez, and we're going to beat Jose Ramirez in whatever style. And at the end of the day, y'all here because y'all want to see me and Ryan Garcia win so we could go into our rematch. Because if Ryan Garcia would have won, we still will, we will be talking about the performance of Devin Haney, but at a minimum, we would be talking about the rematch in September. But because Ryan Garcia fumbled the bag, we're stuck on the boring performance of Devin Haney. But if Ryan Garcia would have knocked out or stopped Rolly Romero, everybody would have been like, yo, that's what Ryan going to do to Devin Haney, and we're going to see the rematch. That's it. And that's another thing that's true. Shai said, exactly. Now that Haney knows he can win fighting like that, it's a problem. That's a problem in itself. That's why he's gonna do it. If you're gonna get rewarded for that, why are you gonna stop? I'm not gonna have no scarf in my face. I'm not gonna break my hand. I'm not gonna have no stitches. I'm gonna collect the bag without risking nothing. So I hope that Devin Haney, whatever strategy he has, is just show up, man. You get in the bag already. We've seen you already get beaten by Ryan Garcia. You don't have to. I know Devin Haney is not afraid of Tio. Y'all known each other for a long time. And I know Tio, he ain't not afraid of anybody. Just give us that work. Just give us that effort. Give us that effort, man. And if you lose to Tio, you're losing up pound for pound the most accomplished fighter of your generation. It's not we throw you in the garbage and nothing like that. If it's I think that Tio and Haney could be a competitive fight if Devin Haney truly believes in his skill set and is not tentatives, and he's sitting down in his punches and he's confident every time he throws that punch. He's confident in his defense. Devin Haney right now is not as confident because I'm going to tell you like this. We all know that Devin Haney's best arsenal is his jab. He was so afraid to consistently throw with a jab because it was the jab that was getting countered by the left hook of Ryan Garcia. He's not even comfortable. He don't even have faith in his jab anymore. But what he did have is faith in his feet. He had faith in his feet. Give me that Devin Haney, that fought Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez, and we're going to see a great fight. Everybody got holes in their game, just like Tio got a hole in his game. Devin Haney got a hole in his game as well. It's up for the fighter to execute that, identify the holes and execute it and break the fighter down. But I think more and more, we looked at one of the most sharpest Tios that we've seen in a very long time. And this is on 6-week training camp. I could tell you that Teofimo Lopez did not have the greatest training camp of his life. You never heard him say that versus the Barbosa. Remember, everything was ambiguity. He thought he was going to be training with Eddie Reynoso in the last minute. They was already going on 6 weeks. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to game 6, baby. Don't F up the bag now. That's what I'm talking about. I know he was going to win today. Today, I know he was going to win. Coño, que ya con esto, tigre. Hold on, let me check. Jalen Brunson. Carl Anthony Towns showed up. The bench. How much wanted the bench? The bench. That's what it is with the Knicks. The bench need to show up, man. Hard 11 rebounds. Our bench need to show up, man. That's what it is. You're running a 8-man rotation, and really a 7-man rotation. Somebody look in the playoffs, there has to be a spark. There has to be a spark. Somebody got to spark it up. Look, that Carl Anthony Towns had to play almost the whole game. Matter of fact, let's let me know. I'm gonna put what Jermall Charlo had to say, and let me know if you think that Canelo Alvarez is still a clenbuterol.
Y'all think Canelo haven't been taking clenbuterol for a long ass time? Y'all think he ain't back on that shit? Or y'all think it was just a mistake? Because I go to Mexico all the time from Houston.
Hold on. Let me see if I about to have an interview. Let me see if they hit me back up. Let me see. Won't that work? Oh, let me listen to.
Hey, how in the hell did you get fired, man? You do your job so well.
I know, but then,
Jesus.
But then, you know, it's the fingers, man. It's the fingers at the same time.
I mean, well, look. I was actually saying, in New York, this is the only man that put on a show. The only one that turned out and put on a show. You know, getting paid millions of dollars. I'm telling fighters this and the fans, like, you got to put on a show. This is the only man right now in boxing who's putting on a show outside the ring and inside the ring. That's it. That's the bottom line.
And I got fired.
He got fired for it.
Oscar de la Hoya just stated that Teofimo Lopez is the only one that's putting on a show in the sport of boxing in and out the ring. And this is not even his promoter. This is why I F with Oscar de la Hoya. You know what I'm saying? This is what Oscar de la Hoya just said about Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, they said
how in the hell did you get fired, man? You do your job so well.
I know, but then,
Jesus.
But then, you know, it's the fingers, man. It's the fingers at the same time.
I mean, well, look. I was actually saying, in New York, this is the only man that put on a show. The only one that turned out and put on a show. You know, getting paid millions of dollars. I'm telling fighters this and the fans, like, you got to put on a show. This is the only man right now in boxing who's putting on a show outside the ring and inside the ring.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, a Teo signing with Oscar de la Hoya, bro, is like a match made in heaven. If Oscar de la Hoya was really, for a lot, especially for a Latino, because I'm gonna say it like this: certain promoters know the region, some promoters know how to promote. If Oscar de la Hoya, if Teo was with Golden Boy Promotions, and Oscar de la Hoya would have been the mouthpiece, just like he was for Ryan Garcia. And Teo does his thing, but be a little bit. Don't go into the point where they have to clean up your work. Let Oscar and Golden Boy Promotion let that machine work for you. They got the Latino region. They already got their. They know how to tap into that. If Teo and Golden, damn, I wish that he was with Golden Boy Promotions, man. If he was in a promotional company, I wish that he was Golden Boy Promotions. Because you can see the energy that Oscar de la Hoya has with Teo. He always liked Teo. Remember with the Triller? Remember the Triller deal? Oscar de la Hoya was going to be fighting in the same card as Teofimo Lopez. That was the deal. A lot of people didn't know. The Teofimo Lopez versus George Kambosos, Oscar de la Hoya was going to be in the card. That's why it was so much money invested in that opportunity. Teofimo Lopez, Oscar de la Hoya was going to be fighting matter of fact, this was the deal in Triller. It was Teofimo Lopez versus George Kambosos, and what a lot of people don't know, it was going to be Oscar de la Hoya versus Fernando Vargas in their exhibition. That was going to be incorporated with the George Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez. That's why it was the purse bidder was there. They had a meeting. Teofimo Lopez and Oscar de la Hoya had a meeting with Ryan Kavanaugh. That's why they were so confident and stuff like that. And people, and guess who wanted to sabotage that? Floyd Mayweather versus Logan Paul. But that was the idea. That was they had a meeting. T.O., Oscar de la Hoya, Ryan Kavanaugh, Triller, the HBO, you got to understand the HBO production team is the production team that was doing Triller. So when you thought about when you thought about Triller, you should be thinking about the HBO. A lot of people in the sport box, I miss HBO. The production team in HBO was going to be handling the Triller event. Shy, the thing is, I'm gonna tell you like this, Shy. There's a lot of things. I'm gonna say half of the things that is not in the social media, YouTube. I'm gonna tell you the behind the scenes drama is way more entertaining what you see. Way more entertaining. There's a lot of things behind the scenes. That yo, I could write a book, man. I'm gonna tell you like this, Shy. I'm gonna tell you this, Shy. I know things that if I was a scum, this is when I know que yo soy un hombre bueno. That's when I know that my heart is good, and I think that, and God bless me, and God bless my children, because I know I'm a good person. Because let me tell you like this, if I take advantage of the things that I know, I'll be the biggest voice. I will go viral tonight. The world of boxing, everybody will be talking about me. Facts. This ain't no chipping on the things that I know. If I would expose, I will go viral tonight. Things that I know, I'm gonna tell you like this. They'll be talking about punch run boxing in the next 2 weeks. Just punch run boxing. I pick integrity. If you knew what I know, you'd be like, yo, punch. But if you in the position where you at right now, you got 63 people looking on, just 63. It's because you want to. If you want to blow up, man, you could be the TMZ in the next 2 weeks, the TMZ of boxing. He said, you got to sell out. Now, I'm not going to do that. One thing is, I still have a street mentality. I got a conscience, and I like peace. And money don't drive me. Money don't drive me. You know, I like, people support the channel, donate to the channel, smash the like button, they share the live. If I could make it to where I feel my talent and my work ethic could reach me, if I could make it like that, I'd be a very complete, happy guy. Happy guy. But I'm not going to sell out myself and my integrity and peace for that. I wouldn't look at myself in the mirror. I look at myself like if I was fake, fraud, every derogatory name of the book. And I know a lot of people make it like that. They don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? People make it like that. I ain't gonna make it like that. I'm good. Si yo tengo que trabajar y limpiar toilet, eso es lo que yo hago. No me importa. To have where everybody around me be like, yo, you're a good person. I F with you. And those that know. And I'm gonna tell you like this, sometimes people that know, they're not even grateful. There's people, I'm gonna say that there's people in boxing that they know I know things, and son come mierda también. Like, yo, I'm saying in my mind, like, yo, you know, I could say this shit. Diablo, show me love. Show me love. Show me love. Porque si yo era porque yo te estoy mirando a ti como tú un scum y todo lo que yo sé. I'm saying, but man, I go viral tonight. I go viral in 5 minutes. He said, "Pudge, not fucking. Ya te llaman una mierda. Let all come down and burn. Nah, nah. Mm-mm. But you know, again, again, it's like when you do good things or you honorable. See, that's the word I'm looking. I'm honorable, and I'm honorable to myself, and I'm honorable to the word, to my word. You know, and sometimes when people are running high, they forget about the real ones, and then they get their humble moment, and then they be like, "Yo, who's around? Damn, bro. Damn, Punch. Yo, what's good, Punch? Yeah, it was good. Yeah." That's when everybody has a downfall in boxing, then they start looking at the people that was real. When they're high, you know, like I be looking shit like this. Fight comes along, they got a high of a fight, and not everybody is hype. They all celebrities. When that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday come down after their fight, they become a regular person. And now they looking like they got guilty conscience. Como diablo, pero ¿a dónde estaba Punch? Ah, no, tú tenías tu 2 weeks of fight. You forgot about your boy. You forgot about. And yo me quedo así, yeah, have fun. I look at people sideways. I look at people side like, damn, mal agradecidos son la gente. In boxing, very ungrateful. But you take it as it is. One thing I learned is never stop being yourself. Some people's not gonna match your how honorable you are. Some people are not gonna match. Sometimes you have a friendship and you give more in that friendship that they give you. And there might be a time where they give you more than what you could give. And sometimes you may feel like, mi diablo, you support your friend more than they are a friend to you. Y te deja en banda. You're so important until they have their important moment. You're not important anymore. And then shit, when they don't have that important moment, you're one of the most important pieces of their life. But when they get that important moment, you just like everybody else. You would just push on the side. That's boxing. That's my experience in boxing. Able to look at yourself in the mirror. Exactly. At the end of the day, you got to look at yourself in the mirror. Can't buy integrity. Can't buy being honorable. Pero yo te digo, mi gente, if I was, man, a scum, bro. Oh my God, bro. Man, yo, sometimes I'll be thinking that they got to be scared. Come on. Damn. Shit, Punch knows this. Shit. But no. Yep. That's facts right there. What HLD told Shy. I think when you believe in God, you learn to reflect and try to walk that narrow path in life. Yeah, man. You know, when you bless and stuff like that, and then pa qué. Man, in the building with a $10 super chat says, keep doing your thing, Punch. Been watching for a while, man. Appreciate you, my brother. Gracias por los 10 pesos de super chat. Ay, mira, espera. Lady, tengo que, mira, comprar comida china y se va a cerrar. Ay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Damn, I forgot all about it, yo. Se cerró la comida china, man. Yeah, vamos a ver. Se cerró. Hablando con ustedes, I forgot the time. Good looking out, man. Here, appreciate you. But look, man, it's gonna be a good set. Matter of fact, let me send the link if anybody want to chop it up right quick. Send the link. Send the link if anybody want to chop it up. Shout out to the Knicks. About time. Send the link if people want to chop it up about the situation. Y'all want to see the Haney Tio, what Jermall Charlo had to say about Canelo and what y'all feel about the Jaime Munguia. Should Jaime Munguia be suspended? Should Eddie Reynoso gym be rated or something like that? Cause yo, this is a coincidence right now, man. Anybody want to talk right quick if y'all want to, or head out to eat? Let me see. Let me see. Boots makes no sense whatsoever because the other two world champions won't unify the titles with Boots. So go and fight the highest profile guy you can. Oh. Give me a sec. Hold on. I don't know why is I want to know. Oh, let me see what Oscar De La Hoya had to say about Eddie Reynoso.
I can't really comment on it, but yeah, it's pretty shocking. My perspective is, who's their trainer? I mean, if there's 4 fighters who are testing positive for whatever drug, well, who's the trainer? Because the trainer should oversee that. The trainer should overlook that. You know, whether they have a nutritionist, whether they have a doctor, but the trainer is in charge. So I don't know. Maybe you should talk to him.
So if LeBron James doesn't win another ring,
Oh, wrong link. Oh. How that link got there though? Hold on. How did I do that? How did I do that? Oscar's blame it on Eddie Reynoso. Oscar's blame it on Eddie Reynoso. Jermall Charlo supports Teofimo Lopez. In my opinion, there should be an investigation done about that's what's going on. And this is a massive Canelo Alvarez team Canelo supporter. Later, she says, in my opinion, there should be an investigation done about what's going on in Canelo's team, like you guys call it. But the investigation needs to be done by Reynoso because somebody is definitely setting him up, and it's an inside job by a very trusted person. Yeah, I think at this point you got 5 fighters, high-profile fighters of Eddie Reynoso's top fighters, popping dirty. They got to be an investigation. Yes, you got to put it on. You have to hold them accountable for something. It's Canelo, Luis Neri, Ray Martinez, Oscar Valdez, and Jaime Munguia, yeah, you should be investigating. Something is going on. And
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I mean, I see there's a lot of. See, the thing is, because I go a little bit deeper into thinking they're all different types of substances and whatnot, and but yeah, it does look foul. By the way, who you invited Charlie Brown on the set? He disappeared.
Yo, man, first of all, what's up, HLD? What's good?
What's going on, manito?
HLD was good. HLD in the building. What's good, man?
El borracho, el bon chinchoso de boxeo. Yo, HLD, what you was saying, to piggyback of what you were saying, T.O. dodged the bullet by not being a part of that camp.
Big time, bro. Can you imagine? You imagine all the shit he be getting? Real quick, I gotta do a shout out. I gotta do a shout out to the wonderful and beautiful Shy21 in the chat. We appreciate you. Hey, man, you don't call her a homie, bro. What's wrong with you?
My homie. That's my homie right there.
Anyway, man, but yeah, you're right. Racho, you imagine what Tio be going through if he would have been associated with?
Bro,
my God. You know,
he's already being labeled a racist. He's being labeled crazy. If they would have said that, one thing we could say about Tio, man, he's not a drug cheat. The dude trains all year long, bro. He don't have a fight lined up. Dude's in the gym. He stays no more than 10 pounds above his fight weight. I mean, he's a constant professional.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it. We even heard it from Eddie Hearn, man. Oh, he stepped on the scale for the week, and he was only 146. Barboza was 157. I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, we know how T works.
I'm not a fan of a lot of things that he says, but as far as him as a boxer, as an athlete, the dude is incredible, man.
Man, you're not a fan.
I don't care. I don't care what he says, bro. I'm here for the boxing.
This is what Jermall Charlo
just got a word that the Teofimo and Devin Haney fight, they were supposed to
I'm going for Tio.
They fell out, though.
I'm going for Tio regardless.
Even with all the comments?
I like Tio. I don't mind. I say racist shit all the time, man. Last question. I don't mean it. I ain't racist, but we all say the shit. You white?
Yeah, I am.
So what? That don't mean I'm racist.
No, of course not.
I know my colors.
Shit, calling it like it is, man. I think we all can be assholes and say asshole shit. You know what I mean? Even and I think that's what Tio more does. He you tell me you fucking with me. Oh, you want to? I'm gonna fuck with you harder, and he becomes an asshole. You know what I mean? But I don't think any of the shit is meant for it's just to try to trigger you back. You know what I mean? That's where I see it. I'm not sensitive to it, bro. I love Bernard Hopkins. He did what he did, but bro, he's a legend, and I respect everything he's done for the sport. And I know it's all it's boxing, bro. Fuck out of here, sensitive with words. But anyway,
he got integrity though. He's not a sellout. You know what I mean? Tio's not the type of guy that's gonna go to a Diddy party and sell his soul. A lot of that happens even in the boxing industry.
Hey, all I know is somebody's got their house for sale in Vegas. Papa living in New York. Son living in Miami now, and they desperate for a paycheck. Just saying.
Hey, Punch, man. What's up with you, man?
Talk to me, Toe. What's good?
¿Qué onda? No, I was gonna say with Charlo, I think that's the most sober I've seen him recently.
The most
the most sober that I've seen him, in like in a recent interview.
He looked clean. He did look clean.
I mean, if y'all noticed throughout the years, I've been saying, I've gone beyond to talk. I've gone beyond boxing in talking about Charlo. I know a lot of people in this community is going to has been going at Jermall Charlo, the Charlo, whatever. And I say like that, and I'm gonna say that again in the short period of time. And I understand that people don't got to give a damn about what goes on outside of the ring. Jermall Charlo was always known to be a family guy. If you remember the first time when they was promoting Jermall Charlo and the Charlo brothers, and they was doing the 24/7, it was all about his family. It was about he's the homebody with the wife and the kids, and his brother was the wild going to parties. Jermall Charlo got married with his high school sweetheart. He is molded with with his girl and his family. 5 kids with 1 woman. Been married since high school. When you lose that, I know there's some people that might not relate to it. When you lose your family, lose that union, lose it, you go through things mentally. And they've been together. He's almost together for 15 years, married 15 years, knew each other all their lives and shit like that. Basically, you lose an identity. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be not living with your children is one. All right, a breakup is one thing, but not having that dynamic in your life. That's been you. You never was the guy going out. They could be in a hole in the street and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't his thing. Boy,
Yeah.
that takes a toll. That takes a
But
toll.
yeah, but hey, bro, well, I could say one thing. Like, I was I experienced divorce, from my parents when I was like at a young age, and then when I got older, I realized that they tried their best, and you know what I mean. That like I because I had a lot of resentment from that. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But like as I got older, I was like, oh shit, life is not it's not easy, man. And I could only imagine how perhaps my father felt when it happened. You know what I mean? Like, because I haven't gone through that.
Yo, bro,
Well,
I went through custody battle. I went through that. 11 months of it. Yo, that shit took so much. Yo, I was like an angry man. I was yo, if I'll pick a fight with anybody say nothing slick. I lost jobs through it. I lost also myself, and I started thinking about the worst thing in the world. That's one kid and one experience, bro. That's just one kid and one experience that took so much of a toll out of me, bro. Mentally, even my people's like, yo, chill. Like, yo, people will say, yo, man, your son is you and your son, you raise your son. Don't worry, let him grow up. But yo, man, my people's was like, yo, this shit is affecting you, bro. Yo, you acting buck wild is affecting you, man. That's what she wants you. And thought that, yo, I know. So when people be like, oh, he's drinking, yo, my man, it's not easy, man. It's not easy. People could say it's easy. You're a devoted father and you're raising your father, your kids, and you're seeing them every day, and then you got to go up through this breakup, and now you're the person that supposed to be the one that you trust the most to raise this kid now has become this enemy, and it affects you as a person because you care. You're a devoted father. So when I look at Charlo, when people say, "Oh, he drink," man, shit is hard, bro. It's hard.
I totally get that. I totally get that, and I've been through it myself. Married, divorced parents, blah blah blah. But still, I think it doesn't excuse not having to handle some shit the right way. I'm not saying that it's easy. Fuck no, it's not easy. It's not easy to get on bended knees thinking you're gonna live for the rest of your life with a certain special someone. Have that big ass wedding. You know what I mean? In church, you're doing all the right things under God, and then the next thing you're having to file divorce for whatever damn reason, and yeah, the child cussing all that shit. Of course, it's not fucking easy, but I don't think it excuses you to go around acting like a fucking nut job and drinking your ass to death. And you gotta look for ways to do things right. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion. But that's the way I hell no, bro. You're gonna be a drunk. Are you gonna be punching people out or whatever the fuck you doing? No, man. That's some ghetto ass mentality. That's something that my father probably would have been doing in his day, acting stupid. You know what I mean? You got to learn. I put it in the chat, like for Tio. Tio is extremely fucking emotional, and he needs to learn how to be a little bit more stoic, especially for the business side, the side that's gonna hurt his bread. He's got to learn how to be more stoic and learn how to be more strategic. For the fans and all the other stuff for the promo, bro, go all out. We all love all that shit, pero you can't shoot yourself in the foot, man. All you doing there is shoot yourself in the foot.
Hey, we're fucking. I was gonna say, like, I'm Mexican. My homie's from Sinaloa. He's like, a big Julio Cesar Chavez fan. And obviously we had Chavez Jr. But like, man, I remember I was like, yo, like, I was like, if I was in Chavez Jr.'s shoes versus like Canelo, I probably would have. Who knows? I probably would have fucked my life up as well. The fact that we have Canelo that's like disciplined. Like you don't get fighters like that like as much. The fact to like what did fucking what's his name say? The one that fought waking up in fucking silk sheets.
Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, Marvin Hagler. Like when you wake up with a golden spoon, or like you feel me? Like it's like I'm just like, yo, it ain't easy, and like there are anomalies in boxing, and like the people that are fucking disciplined, and you know uh I mean, you look at Spence, you look at fucking Charlo, like even Tank to a certain degree. Um, some of these dudes are not as disciplined, but I'm like, who knows how I would be if I was in the same situation or in their boots.
Well, yeah, especially if you get a lot of money at a young age. And I'm sorry, half of all these boxers are not. They're home educated by their own parents, and they become pretty much a product of their environment. You know what I mean? So whoever you're surrounded with and educated with throughout those years of training just to become, for a goal to become a professional athlete, a lot of these guys don't have the best social skills, the best awareness of life, and they're they try to be extroverted, but they're really introverted, and it takes some of them maybe after how can I say it, after the sport as older men to really realize how to be themselves the right way.
I mean, as let's say my boxing channel, I always say that I translate boxing to life itself, right? And I always say that life is a 12-round bout. It was a period in the sport of boxing where we knew these fighters beyond the ring. You know what I'm saying? Boxing used to be social. It used to be one of the most documented sports, and they used to document the fighters. We knew the fighter. We knew what type of background they come from and all that stuff. Now they don't. Now boxing they don't tell the story. Like you don't know these fighters until they reach the TV and already a high invested fighter and stuff like that. But back then we knew everything about that fighter coming up. We knew everything about Flo Mayweather by the time that he was fighting his first fight. We knew everything about Oscar de la Hoya, and his mother died of breast cancer and stuff before he came into the profession. We knew about Roy Jones Jr. We knew about Mark Breland. We knew about Hector Camacho. We knew about I was gonna say this Roy I said Flo Mayweather, but that was
Roy Jones with his dad. Roy Jones with his dad.
Roy Jones with his dad. We knew about we knew their story. So even when we see where they go and where they fuck up, see Mike Tyson's story is always incorporated with being a juvenile, not having a father, not having a mother. It's not really to use it as an excuse, but to understand why a fighter go through this and why a fighter go through that. I'm not saying that every boxing fan got to care about that, but if I'm knowledgeable about it, for me, that's intriguing as well to me. Why is he going through this? Why is Teofimo Lopez may be emotional? If Teo's going through something, I understand people may not care, but has anybody asked when's the last time he's seen his child? People like to talk about he had a divorce. As you all know,
he said over a year himself. I believe in the interview or somewhere he said something about over a year.
I haven't seen this kid in months.
Yeah. Well,
when he went through that, I was just going to say, didn't Teo go through that divorce before or around the Kambosos fight?
No,
that was a while ago.
He had a breakup, but they got back together.
Right. Well, yeah, that's definitely playing on his mind. I mean, Larry Merchant said this best years ago. In the ring, you can't hide from who you are. So whatever mental demons you have, those will come out in the ring, no matter who you're fighting.
I mean, it's also about fucking the agenda that you're trying to push. Like, when Canelo was trying to fight Charlo, I mean, I've talked to many different channels and people that have, that follow PBC and all this shit. They're like, oh, why is he bothering Charlo when he's going through all this shit? And then when Garcia came out with his mental illness thing. They're like you know, they just kind of like brushed it to the side, and I'm like, well, why don't you have that same energy, you know, when this dude is you know saying that he's going through some shit. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, because you in the end of the day, you understand that, you know, it's still you're still a boxing fan. You want to see a fight, and we consider we look at fighters, or we perceive of looking at fighters like they can handle certain things that the normal human can't, because their occupation is risking their lives to make ends meet. It's fight. Nobody wants to fight every day. Nobody goes out there and fight, but this is the way they make their ends meet. You know what I'm saying? So the perception is that these guys have thicker skin than most people, but in reality, they have one of the most thin-skinned and most sheltered people in of all sports. They're sheltered.
And also,
there's been spoon-fed, not spoon-fed in terms of richness, but look at, they start their amateur career at 10 years old, 11 years old. There's always grown people handling their business, even in the professional, handling their business. Their friends don't do boxing, so they're in it alone at their own side. So by the time they hit the 20 plus 21, 22 years old, and they got their little championship fight, now they're getting real bread, and now they're fighting 2 times a year. Now they got time for themselves, and in reality, they don't even know who they are.
No, they don't. They don't. But this is what I was speaking on. Exactly that. And that happens to a lot, the majority of sports, especially the ones that are not team sports, the ones that are in these single sports. They are sheltered. They're like the little emperor in China. You know what I mean? Sheltered into only one thing, and they're not taught how to control their emotions, understand certain emotions, how to deal with shit. A lot of them are not. They're just focused on the aggression of the sport, especially in boxing, and that's it. And then, I'm sorry, if you got a dad or a mom or family that's wacky tobacco too, high-headed people, well, that's what you're gonna learn to do and be. And then it takes time to then learn who you are. And to do that, you got to be with other men, other wise men, older men. I grew up pretty much my entire life with a lot of older men giving you that, ese consejo, esta cosa de la vida. You know what I mean? And you take that you hear those voices when you're in that struggle with something, because you've heard it repeated to you as a kid. So I believe that when you got these guys tripping, when they're having all these issues in life, it's because they have not been taught to control themselves, to understand how to do things. Yes, shit hurts. Life is not fucking easy. Anxiety is part of life. Depression is part of life. This mental illness that we see here in 2025, the majority of it is because people have not been taught that, you are going to have anxiety at times, but you got to learn how to control it. You are going to have days that you're depressed, but you got to learn how to control it, because those things are a normal part of life. You cannot allow that control you, because once anxiety controls you, once you allow depression to control you, now it becomes a real fucking mental illness, because you're not in control. You're not in control.
If I could just add something to that, like because we have social media, and you just said it perfectly, man, there's a difference between being depressed because you've had something really horrible happen in your life and just having a bad day where you feel depressed. And because we have social media, any day a fighter feels really bad and something bad, they're just in a real bad mood and they're feeling down, that can be blown up to feeling depressed. Like somebody, I can't remember who it was, mentioned earlier, Ryan Garcia, back when he was undefeated. This was before the Tank Davis fight. Well, one of the reasons people blew that off is because people just saw Ryan Garcia as an immature kid. When Adrian Broner pulled out of a fight, I think at the very last minute because of so-called mental health issues, a lot of Americans I noticed backed him up. A lot of people like me were saying, well, is anyone surprised by this? Adrian Broner having mental health issues? Like, we all saw this coming. So it's a situational thing. Like Jermall Charlo, whether I don't know the extent of his personal problems, but before this public stuff went down with his wife, he was already having these crazy episodes in and out of the ring. So I don't think it's really a big surprise that, he's been going through this.
But I'm happy that he's at least, like my man said, he looks healthy. He looks healthy. He looks clean.
Yeah.
And You know, I've always said, bro, these twin brothers, bro, they had an opportunity, bro. They had such a fucking opportunity. Cause hey, man, these are two good looking dudes, and I don't care if you guys out there think that's homo shit. That's just saying that these are two good looking dudes, great smiles. They're twins. They're both in the sport of boxing. They're fucking champions, bro. They could have killed it. They could have killed it in the marketing bit of themselves. But you know, all the bullshit and the money, hey, you get money easy and it changes you. You damn right. You know, you're a broke ass 1 minute and now you got money for everything. And it's like shit, you know, and so these guys are not taught how to deal with that. And so, you know, it's a shame. But I really hope that these guys, you know, for whatever's left of their careers, they get their shit all together, good or bad, or however life may be. But you know, let's see the best of them. I mean, I've always thought that they had a great opportunity, and for the past 4 years, at least, it's been wasted.
And to touch on to piggyback on what you said, HLD, about anxiety and depression and stuff like that, you're absolutely right. If you allow it to consume you, it's debilitating because it's all mind games. You know what I'm saying? You can't even trust your own thoughts because that's all tricks in your head. Anxiety gets you to focus on things that are not true. You know what I'm saying? And to overcome that, you gotta focus on things that are true, that are positive in your life. It's like it's like if you have a TV on, right, and it's playing the depressing program on channel whatever, you have the option to change it. You can't control what thoughts always pop up in your mind, but you can control what you're gonna focus on. And in boxing right now, with social media, it's hard for these fighters to ignore the negative reports, the negative stories. You know, back in the day, everybody had demons, right? But their situations were being publicized on newspapers, sometimes on TV, whenever they would, you know, have a documentary. But now you go into social media, they can't run from it. So I feel like social media has also played a big part in why these fighters today are a lot more sensitive. They're scared to lose. They don't want to take chances because you're gonna become a meme. Even if you're not a villain, Manny Pacquiao got knocked out flat, a humanitarian, and they were clowning him all over the internet. So imagine if somebody like Javante, Tio, Devin, guys that generate a lot of hate. You feel what I'm saying? So this right here is real. It's a sport where a lot of these people are sensitive.
But I also think that we as a community also contradict ourselves because when these fighters say, "Oh, I can't fight," or "I'm pulling out because of mental health," or whatever they're going through, right? We clown them. When Ryan Garcia said that, we clowned him. When Jermall Charlo said it, we clowned him. So
Not
that
all of us.
we talk
Not
about.
all of us.
No,
Like
I'm saying that the majority of the people was clowning Ryan, the people was clowning Jermall Charlo, people was clowning Adrian Broner, people was clowning. So that when we talk about the maturity, no, they was mature enough to step back and handle their psyche, their, you know what I'm saying, their health.
Well, that's because they already went to another point, though, Punch. They let it go to the far extreme. That's what I was trying to say. These guys that are claiming mental health issues is more because they allowed this shit to control them at that far point, and not that they ever gotten to learn how to control anxiety, depression, and all that shit. You know, it becomes an illness. It becomes an illness.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is they didn't have it as an excuse. They're saying what they're saying is acknowledging that they have help. I mean that they need help and they're taking time for that help. We can't clown somebody for, okay, I acknowledge I have an issue. I want to work on myself. But then the whole boxing world says, you pussy, you this, you don't want to fight, you scared. No, I gotta have, just like Javante Tank Davis in New York City. And he says, yo, I want to go to therapy. You know, I need therapy and I want to go to therapy, but I feel like if I go to therapy, I might lose that killer instinct. You know, he's telling you, I want help. So that's the maturity. But the boxing world is also will call him, will degrade him because he wants to seek that help at the same time. So that's why I'm saying that the boxing community also contradict itself. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean at that point, at that point, they need to get help because you're fucked up already. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, Punch. I mean, at that point, good for them that at least you're not gonna go in the ring getting fucked up with all that shit. And rightly so. That's a mature part at the tail end of it. But I think we need to start teaching this younger generation and fathers who are out there to make sure they're in their sons' lives and teach them how to be men. Because we didn't have this type of shit when I was growing up for everything. Depression, if you had mental health issues because you literally were crazy. There was something wrong in your brain. That's how it was back in the day. Today, it's all just emotional damage.
But then,
well, a lot of it is social media. I was just going to say social media is a big factor. I mean, as a content creator, I can't stand trolls sometimes, so I can understand where fighters come from. But to go off what you said, Punch, one of the reasons why fighters get clowned sometimes is because, you have to look at who's doing it. Like Tyson Fury was somebody who, as soon as he beat Klitschko, he had tons of mental health issues. Now, people weren't. He was very much like a Jermall, Charlo, Ryan Garcia, the way that he degraded his rivals, so people didn't have a lot of sympathy for him. So it's whereas there have been MMA fighters like people. If people want to look this up, Robert Whittaker, a guy who he took time off because he just felt a bit down about the sport, and because he's a quiet guy, people understood that. So and Adrian Broner, he's like the loudest voice in the room. So it's the same thing with him, but there is a big difference. Again, HLD, like you said, about being down and then having what we really hope it doesn't become like a Meldrick Taylor, Mike Tyson depression that just builds and builds and builds. Like Shannon Briggs, he was someone who spoke openly on the Joe Rogan podcast about, and this had nothing to do with brain damage or anything like that. Just newspaper articles were enough to get him down, and this was well before social media, so it's a case-by-case thing.
But like I said, just like we acknowledge also that these fighters don't live a normal life. They don't have a normal childhood as well, so we can't
at all.
So we also can't literally compare it to a person like us that we may be living like a traditional blue-collar lifestyle with not on the limelight, not being isolated, homeschooled. A lot of these fighters are homeschooled. Like, look at Kid Austin. What Kid Austin's father said. His father said, "I've hypnotized my son."
Who said that?
Hypnotized my son. He never went to school. He's hypnotized to be this fighter. Now and look at this, that their fathers speak for their sons and stuff like that. All right, now put Kid Austin in the real world. Y tíralo in the real world right now. Could he handle himself? He's gonna go through a bunch of mistakes that he never dealing with a lot of people. He never went to school, so he never. I've spoken to Kid Austin. He said he never had a childhood of hanging out. He never had none of that. So right now he got a kid, and I'm just and God forbid he goes through any of these problems. He has a kid. How about now his baby mom le quiere quitar los chelitos and want to take his money, and now creating this type of drama and stuff like. Is he able to handle himself? Maybe not.
Probably not. Probably not.
Didn't Floyd Mayweather? I was going to say fight sport talk. I was going to say, going back to Tyson Fury, that's one of the reasons why I support him, like in general, like his story, like going through depression and substance abuse and coming back and becoming a world champion. Like when he defeated Klitschko. It was a boring fight. He did it. Yeah. And then
but then you look at his father, and then you think about, why is this man going through this type of shit? Because his father didn't teach him shit.
Well, actually, you just said exactly what I was going to say, because I know Tyson Fury. I live in New Zealand, not the UK, but I know Tyson Fury's career very well. Whether he did have mental health issues or not, whether it was as bad as he claims, I don't know, because the guy's he's just a very dishonest person in general, but he was always going to go through something because the guy's mentally erratic as hell. But 10 years later, the guy's still erratic. And it is exactly. Yeah.
And add this, that a lot of people that we know for a fact what they go through. These fighters been getting punched in the head since what age?
6 years old.
Exactly.
That is true.
That is true. Forget about that. A blow to the head A blow to the head, one shot, one punch to the head is a minor concussion. However anybody want to call it or not, these guys been getting punched in the head since they was children. So let's not take that dynamic out. That's why I always said I don't expect fighters to be normal at a certain age. I don't expect. It's a blessing to see Manny Pacquiao the way that he talked. But a guy that has 60, almost 70 fights, it's not normal. That is not even normal.
Yeah, Punch, if I could just, I'm glad you brought that up. If I could just add this in, because I've used this this example a lot. Like Roberto Duran at getting close to 75 now, he's still jumping around, joking, laughing. I mean, we just saw him here moving with Canelo a bit. He's fine.
He got his faculties. He got his faculties.
But also, but low nose. Yeah, he's got some. He's got. Oh yeah, he's got some problems. But in terms of what this guy went through, I mean, he went to like 46, and I mean, it was only a car crash that stopped him. So he went way beyond when he should have, and he's still mostly okay. Whereas Wilfred Benitez, he started. I hate to say this, he turned into a bit of a vegetable in his late 40s. So, and he didn't take half the amount of damage.
But you know what it is, though.
Biology is different.
Let me jump on.
I was just going to say it's a case by case thing.
You know what else is also, because you're right. You look at Benitez, right, the way he is, and you're absolutely right. He's one of the best defenders in boxing. You also look at James Toney. These are guys that sort of had discipline issues. These guys like James Toney. They said that he didn't run a lot, but he sparred a lot. So that takes a toll on you. Wilfredo Benitez, I'm pretty sure he's a guy that sparred a lot as well. That's why, and Duran, believe it or not, that's a stigma. Duran really didn't take that much punishment. Duran was a very slick defensive fighter in there. He knew how to turn his face with the punches.
Well, I'm just saying he was he was a great defender, no doubt, but he was also in a lot more wars than someone like Benitez. And James Toney. But I was just going to say what Low Nose said. James Toney hated every aspect of training except sparring. Like he couldn't hit the heavy bag for more than 5 minutes until he got bored.
A lot of these old school fighters, bro, they were living on that blow day in and day out. And I know that for a fact. They're on that cocaína, you know what I mean? And that shit wasn't helpful for their fucking lives in boxing, bro, by no means.
And then the lingering. Look, let's be honest. In the last 4 years, look at the speech of Shea Mosley. That shit is getting worse by the interview.
Oh boy, that is bad.
Yeah, you're right.
Looking bad. You look at Shea Mosley, his thing is coming late. It's catching on. He's getting tired, but you could see he's getting worse.
He wasn't like I swear to God, he wasn't like that 3 years ago.
Yep, he wasn't.
And he's not aging well neither. Like if you look at him, he's starting to look like a lot of. He looks older than what he is. Like,
but is he doing shit? Who knows what he's doing on the side? We don't know. I don't know what is his lifestyle right now. You know what I mean? I think that's important too. What is your lifestyle? Because all these guys, bro, all I know is like the guys we just mentioned, bro, a lot of drinking, a lot of blow, a lot of all that shit. These guys were party animals.
He looks older than Ray Leonard right now in the face. He looks older than Ray Leonard, bro.
Yeah.
You look at Super Zad, bro. My man Super Zad, Brooklyn. Yo, my man looking like a teenager, bro. My man looking fresh. You know what I mean? So
I was on a Twitter space earlier, and we were talking about the Munguia fight and situation, and and the guy brought up something about a guy passing away in the sport, and then drug testing will be ramped up. I was saying it probably won't because I hate to use this example, but Gerald McClellan didn't become the way he did just because Nigel Benn's punches. It was from a career of, like you said, taking damage day in, day out. Like Julian Jackson is what did the most of the damage, and Nigel Benn just amplified it.
Fight, so he took a lot of punches in that fight.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, just using an example of what you guys said, it's what happens every single day, and then we just see the end result, and it's like, well, how we got here it's a lot more complex than just one fight.
Another thing too, when fighters are dehydrated, they have less fluid in their skulls to protect their brain. So a lot of times you might not get hit that many times. If a fighter's dehydrated and they're taking blows to the brain, they're gonna feel the effects more than a person that's fully hydrated.
Riddick
So
Bowe.
that also comes into
Yep.
effect as well. You know, with Riddick Bowe, with him, he didn't really have a hydration. Remember, he's a heavyweight. But Riddick Bowe did get hit a lot. He probably sparred a ton of rounds as well.
Evander
So,
Holyfield.
you know,
These guys have
yeah,
their
man.
little. You could tell. They might not all sound like James Toney, but you could tell. And to be honest, I used to say this wasn't even a diss on Floyd. If I look at Floyd's interview, he it's like a repeat. He repeats himself in every interview. He say the same thing.
Pero ese güey nunca pudo, nunca pudo leer.
Well, Floyd always spoke like that since he was younger, though. He always spoke the way that he speaks right now. He still sounds clear. He just speaks.
No. I'm not saying
you know,
about clear. That's what I'm saying. That and not everybody gonna sound like James Toney. I could tell that if you look at he says the same thing like, oh, I did this and I make smart investments and he go to the next interview saying the same thing. Like if he didn't, it's like if you put an interview today of Floyd Mayweather and put an interview of him 4 or 5 years ago, it's almost the same interview.
Yeah.
I noticed certain things. Like
Yeah.
I noticed.
I made smart investments. He's a hell of a fighter. You know, Floyd Mayweather fights for Floyd Mayweather, all that stuff. Yeah, but Floyd
That
also
doesn't mean that he didn't take a toe. He took a toe as well. It's just that it's not in the sense of how we see it with Shane Moses. And he said it before. He said, "Don't think that that I don't have problems as well." He said it himself.
Yeah. Well, you don't. Thing is, you don't really like. You guys would know more about it than me because you live in the States. But I believe with Terry Norris, people didn't really know until out in. Yeah, people did with Terry Norris. I believe it was like Meldrick Taylor. People didn't really know about it until one particular interview, and people are saying, "Well, what the hell do you sound like? Where did this come from?" And you know, until then, it was just really.
He sounds bad, bro.
Yeah. I mean, Leon Spinks as well. Like Michael Spinks, he talks. He definitely took a few knocks and doesn't sound that right, but he's okay. Whereas Leon's just.
The thing with Terry Norris,
I was just going to say Leon Spinks was like you could see it coming a mile away because of what that guy lived.
But you know what's crazy? The thing with Terry Norris, right? He was another fighter. He didn't take too much punishment, but his ability to take a punch was very weak. That might also play into it as well. Because Terry Norris, whenever he would get hit on the chin, he would get drunk. No matter how skilled he was, if you hit him on the chin, he would get drunk because he wasn't involved in rock'em sock'em fights. Whenever he got knocked out, he would get hit with one shot, get knocked out cold. He was never in a fight where he was taking punishment, where he was beaten up or even lost a decision. It was always a knockout. He got hit with a clean shot and went down and couldn't recover, or he just didn't get up. He didn't take punishment like that. Sort of like Amir Khan. I would say probably a little bit worse than Amir Khan because Amir Khan got up from them Danny Garcia shots. When Norris used to go down, he was done. He was 100 times better than Amir Khan. Though.
Look at this guy was saying it. Also, Danny Garcia. Remember that post-fight interview when he was crying?
Was this the one with Lara where his dad threw in the towel?
No. Before that, the
when he beat Benavidez.
Yeah, when he beat Jose Benavidez when he was crying, he was like that.
So what's the difference? What's the difference with ZTE, that football? You know, because I mean they're making studies about it. Like,
Agent Broner
or boxing.
I mean, Agent Broner.
CTE.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown.
What is it called? The boxing thing? I mean, I'm sorry, the football thing that you're getting.
Antonio Brown. You're talking about Antonio Brown?
The CTE, the concussion shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That football in boxing, every punch to the head is a minor concussion.
It's the same thing. What happens to boxers is actually a little worse because they're doing it on just for fun and in the gym. You know what I mean? So it's bad. That's why when I see these young kids and they got them sparring and blasting their heads off, I'm like, yo, man, why you don't let these kids do that to themselves, bro?
So let's go. So let's change the subject right quick. All right. So as we all know, we're still don't know if this fight with Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez is going to happen. Teofimo Lopez have agreed. Devin Haney have agreed, but the tweets of Teofimo Lopez disrespecting Turkey Al Sheikh is the thing that's holding it back at the moment. What do you think about that fight? What do you think about? I know we talked about this the other day, but I got more of an open path.
Tio agreed to fight, but he didn't agree to no damn pay cut and fucking him over. I mean, agreeing to a fight, yeah, I'll fight you. Me and Turkey, we signed a 4-fight deal. You said it was going to be this much per fight. Turkey, you couldn't deliver boots. You yelled at Eddie Hearn about that because Eddie Hearn failed the execution of a partnership. Not once, but twice failed to deliver boots on that duck shit. So why is Tio now having to take a penalty? Because the only person that really deserves to have a penalty if Tio is going to fight Devin Haney is Devin Haney. He deserves a massive pay cut. That shouldn't reflect on Tio and what he did. Tio delivered. He carried a promotion for Times Square. He performed of the night. He was the fighter of the night. He did his job. He did his job.
About that fight.
Well, I was gonna say, Haney.
How about we reflect on what I just said? Because I just wanted to bring about another point.
HLD. I don't know, and Punch, it's all water under the bridge, man. But I don't know if
it's never water under the bridge. You just keep
punch. All right. Catch me on Rapstar, okay? But look, it's all water under the bridge, man. I don't think Tio's being penalized. I don't think Turkey would pay him less for the Haney fight. In fact, if anything, I think he would probably pay him more. So I don't know what Tio's coming out with. It seems like Tio is jumping the gun for whatever reason. I'm just talking about what it looks like, okay? I haven't seen any evidence that Tio's purse is getting cut because the Boots Ennis fight isn't happening. I don't believe that.
Yo, Butch, what you know about that? Because I know for a fact, not only Dan Rafael said it, but what you got to say about that?
I said it again. Teofimo Lopez signed a 3-fight, agreed on a 3-fight deal with Turkey Al Sheikh for an amount of money. So the next fight is 3 boots. With the same
so we have an informed, more factual opinion than the guy who's just saying right now. He's assuming it because I don't know what.
No.
The same thing I'm saying. The same thing I'm saying. Fight is what also Dan Rafael have alluded. These are the facts. The same feelings. So the facts agreed on a 3-fight deal. The first was Barbosa. He agreed on this deal before the Barbosa. So he's getting paid. He was due to make this X amount of dollars versus Jerome Boots Ennis or any, and if it's not Jerome Boots Ennis, any high caliber champion. Listen, any high caliber champion, his pay don't go down. If it's not Punch, any high caliber
Punch.
Just to reply to that point, I understand, Punch, that he would have signed a deal in advance, and Turkey said, "I'll get you the Boots fight. We'll get him into that, etc." But the problem is that Boots hadn't agreed to it clearly, and Boots wants to go in a different direction. So, unfortunately,
not a valid excuse.
No, hold on. I feel that Tio is wrong to blame this all on Turkey when he can't. At the end of the day, he can't force fighters to fight.
Brother,
and Boots does want to go into.
That's the you're not listening. Boots,
no, I'm listening.
Any high caliber. The agreement is with Turkey. The agreement is not necessarily that he signed the contract and Boots signed the contract and we're going to fight next. The Boots and Tio situation is almost not the same situation as Devin and Ryan, right? You win your fight, we got this fight in September. But this is something that talked about the promoter, right? Turkey with Eddie Hearn, you bring us boots and stuff like that. This is what I want, and this is what I'm projecting. But Tio made his agreement with Turkey for 3 fights. So his agreement is with Turkey. Turkey has to deliver what we agreed upon. And I'm expected to make. It's almost like minimums. It's right. Have your minimums. Vasily Lomachenko has a $3.2 million minimum. If Lomachenko fights the guy in the halal truck or your gas station deli worker, he still do that 3.2 million because y'all agreed upon. It doesn't matter if it's Tio he's fighting or it doesn't matter if it's a bum in the subway street that he's fighting. You agreed on that to get that money. The same thing with the Mise Andre. Demetrius Andre was going to get $3 million. It doesn't matter if he fights Suleki, Mike Keeler, or Luke Keeler. It doesn't matter. He is due to make that money because we agree.
Punch,
Hey, but Punch, I was gonna say this one thing real quick.
So now that is
One at
I
a
just
time. We're talking
hold
over
on,
each
hold
other.
on.
One at a
So now
time.
that is Devin Haney, and we agreed. I agreed. Tio agreed with Devin Haney because he's thinking I'm going to get the same money anyway. I'm agreeing. Devin agreed. Everybody agreed. Keith Connolly, Tio, Bill Haney, Devin Haney. They agreed on the fight. But then somebody said, "But you're not going to get paid X amount of dollars for this fight." Hold up.
And that's
why not?
And that I'm definitely not supporting. Okay, if it is proven that Tio is not being paid the same amount as to what was agreed upon, I 100% understand where Tio is coming from.
That's
but I'm not an insider. I haven't. Wait a second. I haven't seen evidence of that. So I also have to say sorry. I don't think Tio was doing the right thing taking this public. It's like that's what you talk to Turkey
That's
for.
fair.
Like
that's fair.
That's fair. That's fair in itself. That's fair in itself.
Listen, real quick.
I said the same. I said the same thing when Shakur had his moment. I was like, okay, if because the fights aren't going to happen on Riyadh card, Turkey's going to pay you less than what was agreed to, then okay, that's a problem. But this is a problem. This happens in every single promotion. All of these things kind of happen. You got to talk to him about it behind the scenes.
Hey, but Punch, I was going to say this one thing, bro. I might go. Go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. I ain't say nothing yet. And I'm gonna get off after this. But it might be a blessing in disguise that fight doesn't even happen with Riyadh season. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. Remember when Javante said that he wasn't crazy about fighting Devin with Turkey involved because he felt that because Turkey said Devin was his boy. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Usually when you fight a fight like that, you lose a decision because nobody want to see that crap. If Devin fight Tio and it goes 12 rounds like that, Riyadh season, they're giving it to Devin Haney, bro. Tio has to knock him out.
That's what I was going to say.
I may see what you're saying, but coming from Tank.
Let me get this super chat. Ladies and gentlemen. Fight Fury Films in the building with a $20 super chat. Good looking. Now he said boxing has been hijacked by the pandering mafia. Fight Fury Films, one of the brothers boxing. If you haven't become a member of Punch Drunk Boxing, smash that link and join HLD Low Nose Boxing. Fight Fury Films.
Hey,
and all boxing fan. Let's go, baby.
Yo, acknowledge 5 Years Films super chat, guys. You guys could hit a like button. Appreciate that he's also putting into the channel. Hit that like button for Punch and for whoever puts a super chat. Who was saying something right now?
No, I was gonna say, Punch. Like, I might come out of left field on this, but I actually would want to see fucking Haney fight somebody at 147. And based on how he performs, if he does that shit again, like he did against Ramirez, I don't want to see the Teal fight.
I'm just on board like that. That's how I feel. I don't have a problem with the fight, but I don't want to.
For me, the fight for Teal, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna go against the grain. I want the Hitchens fight, bro. Hitchens only fights a month away. If Hitchens beats Kambosos, that's a unification fight. Teal, he gets to fight his first African-American fighter. It's a New York guy. You can sell it in New York. They both 2 guys in their 20s. Hitchens is a real undefeated fighter, unlike Devin Haney. He never got beat up in the ring, unlike Devin Haney. For Teal's legacy, because Teal's a legacy guy, he gets more credit for being Richardson Hitchens instead of being that we was just talking about mental illness. And I'm not saying Devin got it, but Devin's going through trauma, PTSD. I don't want to see the PTSD version of Devin Haney versus Teofimo. I'd rather see Hitchens. I'll even take Kambosos if Kambosos could pull the upset off.
And
I'm gonna drop the mic on that.
I agree. That's what I was trying to say earlier, or I did a whole yesterday. Like I'm excited. The only thing I'm excited about Tio and Haney is the buildup, is the promo. If I want to be entertained by the promo, by Tio and C and by Bill and Senior going at it, and these guys talking trash, yes. Yeah. But the fight, I'm not intrigued with the fight. When I think
hell no, man.
That's the bottom of the barrel.
You're gonna piss me the fuck off that I'm excited with this promo, and then we're done. I got my family, whatever. We're gonna watch we're gonna watch the Tio fight, and then it turns out to be a fucking Ramirez and Devin Haney type of shit. Yeah, I don't want to see it again. It's gonna
be a boring
fight. I am not paying for that.
Most people would agree. Most people would agree with that. But I guess the thing is that it's a more realistic fight than the Boots fight.
No, it ain't.
But also, HLD, hold on. Well, I'm
No,
just saying
right.
realistically, because they're not weight divisions apart from each other.
That has nothing to do with anything.
HLD, hold
happen,
on.
though.
But
gentleman's right.
the Hitchens,
Haney
the
just said
Hitch.
this morning that the fight is at 147, so it'll be the same situation.
Oh, really?
But
Bill Haney wants to move to welterweight. Okay, well then that's a problem. Okay, I take that back. I didn't know about that tweet punch.
You left. That's what I mean. You left yesterday. Bill Haney came to Rapstar.
Yeah,
real quick, Punch. You was
yeah,
talking
but
to Bill Haney live last night because somebody in the chat said that you was with Bill Haney talking live. When was this? Because I want
This
to
was
check
this
it out.
morning. This like 6
Bro, no wonder Rock starts sucking that malanga, bro.
Okay. I gotta
Nah,
listen to that.
But no, I'm saying he was just in the chat, and then they sent him the link.
But then you talk to him.
But he said that because Dan Raphael said it was a catch weight. Bill Haney said no.
145.
That we agreed on 147. That Teo and Devin agreed to fight at 147.
Okay, Punch. Could I ask you then? Does that mean that Teo was going to give up his 140-pound belt because there's like I said,
it's not a championship fight, so he doesn't have to.
Well, I was saying,
smart.
Okay, what about fights with Hitchens and Puello and Russell? Are they not going to happen because
he just fought his mandatory in Barbosa, so he does. Remember, he's a super
champion.
He's a super WBO, meaning he doesn't have to face his mandatory in 18 months.
He already honored it with Barbosa. But why are we giving Eddie? Why are we giving fucking Eddie Hearn a pass on this shit for not delivering? He paraded boots to Turkey. Since January 18th, we've been talking about Teo versus Boots. This was the deal. This twice now that Eddie Hearn has failed to deliver the biggest fight involving his so-called best fighter in the world, John Ennis. Huh? Didn't he last year? Did he last year take Sheik offered Boots? Did he last year take? It doesn't matter. I want to see why you guys on fucking Eddie Hearn's helmet. Last year he paraded Boots around and shit. Virgil Ortiz got offered to him, and his punk ass said no. Virgil Ortiz is too big. And now again we got them to do the Teo fight for the biggest bag of his career over any and all of the email champions that he would ever make money with at 147. And the guy's ducking it. Why is Eddie Hearn not doing his job? This is a failed execution of partnership between him and Turkey and damaging the brand of Riyadh season. Because you're putting out that you're going to give us the best and you're letting these guys walk out the fucking door. Kick Eddie Hearn out if he's not doing anything, only giving you replacement fighters.
HLD. Eddie Hearn doesn't have much say over what these guys do, and I've said this plenty of times. I've talked to Rick Glazer about this on my show. Eddie Hearn, he's good at promoting and talking, but he's not he doesn't actually know boxing nearly as well as he says. So that's why he's not able to convince fighters to do things like this, because he's just good at talking in the end. And also,
let me tell you, have you ever worked for corporate America, my friend?
I don't live in America.
Okay, well, anywhere in corporate world, have you worked in that?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. If you were to come to a board of governors meeting and tell the owners why you have not met the 20% quota above last year's, and you're going to tell them it's because I couldn't get my workers to work for me, you know what happened to you?
I know what you're talking about.
Get fired, motherfucker.
Wait a second. I'm not defending Eddie Hearn. I've got plenty of criticisms of Eddie Hearn. I've talked to Rick Glazer about this on my show. The thing is that since he took over Matchroom, he doesn't have anybody else who he listens to.
That's not my problem. Where's my 20% over last year, my friend?
Well, it's not there because Eddie Hearn doesn't.
Then you're fired, man. We need somebody who can get the job done.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. I'm telling you why Eddie Hearn isn't getting it done, because Eddie Hearn, he's a good promoter, but he's not that great. He doesn't know the sport.
And he's scamming Turkey. He's scamming Turkey with this partnership to get the media guys get paid. See what I mean? So this is I'm not talking about. I know that but guess what? We are in a partnership, you and I'm expecting you to deliver. And you paraded this man. We taking pictures where I'm putting out advertisements. It's going to be this, that, the Haney rematch, the winners, Tio versus Boots. And we've been talking about this for months. And you can't deliver it. And this is the second time your best on-call fighter in the world that you say you have is ducking my offer, your biggest offer, because he ducked Virgil Ortiz when I offered it. And now he's ducking a smaller man? What the fuck is going on here?
Well, his
All I gotta say is that
Boots'
if you
reason
don't,
is
all
that
I
he
gotta
wants.
say is, as long as you don't fucking hold Turkey's hand, no bendices tu alma, güey.
You know, so I'm really pissed off that the YTBC has not been on Eddie Hearn's helmet. The whole entire YTBC has not put this man in the fire because he needs to be in the fire for not delivering the fights.
You know
Well,
why?
no, he-
You know why I think
Yeah,
he's
he-
not. A lot of people's not holding him accountable is because he's the one that's publicly keep on saying that that's the fight that he wants, that the money is great, and he's been pushing for the Teofimo Lopez fight. Like he has that as a priority, and he keeps on saying, "But this is what Boots want." I love the Teo fight. I think that's the best money fight. I think it's a great fight, and he speak highly of that fight. He don't down that fight. And the way that he's speaking is that I can't control what Boots want. This is what Boots want. So we as a promoter, we not his boss, and we trying to deliver what he wants. But I like the Teo fight, and we're negotiating and blah 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 blah.
Bro, I couldn't imagine me telling a board of governors an excuse like that.
HLD, hold on.
Certain things like in contractual and boxing is that if I want to know what is really Boots' contract with Matchroom, because if he has a 3 to 4 fight, 5 fight, and it says that your minimum is $3 million, so I'm gonna think that Boots is going to capitalize. I'm gonna be rich fighting fights that I know I'm gonna win, and I'm gonna make 3. And my last fight, I'll take the risk, because if I lose to Teofimo Lopez, that 3-4 fight deal that I could make $3 million fighting easy fights, I lose that contract. So let's say if Boots is getting, I'll give you an example. I got a five fight deal or 3 to 4 fight deal, right? 3 fight deal with 4th the option, and I'm getting $3 million to fight easy fights. I'm gonna win, right? A year and a half, I'm gonna capitalize off that, plus endorsement and plus anything that comes with it. But if I fight Teofimo Lopez for $5 million and I lose this contract.
Oh, I get it. I totally get it. The risk and reward, and if you got a nice guaranteed, we get that. But the thing is, I don't blame Boots, because if that's how he's got it, but Eddie Hearn is the face of this promotional company. And you're over here kissing my ass, like as if I was Turkey, to be in my graces, to get into my pockets, and then you're not. It's twice now that you can't deliver your best fighter to me. What? I got Canelo. I got Crawford. Who the fuck is Boots Ennis?
HLD, hold
Hey,
on.
I'm thinking far ahead. I'm thinking far ahead, bro. Hold on. I'm thinking
Hold up. I was just gonna say.
Let me say one thing. I was gonna say, like, I'm thinking far ahead, but honestly, I think Boots. He's a big dude, man. I think he will have a great career at 160. I know I'm thinking far ahead, but that's my opinion on the dude, man.
Well, that's way too far ahead. I mean, his reason for turning down the Virgil Ortiz fight is that he wanted to stay at 147 and fight all the champions. Now, because Teo's prepared to go to his weight class, it seems that I know, Punch, we disagree with this. I don't think he's ducking Teo. I think for whatever reason, he just wants to fight the other champions, even though that means waiting a bit. Maybe they'll try and secure Norman, because if they turned down the Virgil Ortiz fight and they didn't fight Stanionis, that would be a blatant duck. But clearly, they think they can secure Norman for later this year, so we'll see what happens. But
I'm saying, but those 2 fights, they already got their fights, and also is that we seen Brian Norman Jr. ducked millions to fight Boots. What's gonna make it, so why would Brian Norman Jr. fight Boots now? If he ducked almost $2 million to fight Boots, and he rather fight on the undercard of Michaela Mayers and Sandy Ryan, and then now he's fighting all the way in Japan. His profile has not risen. because he's not even fighting in his hometown. He's not even providing that I got fans.
I hear you.
So
I
why
hear.
would even Eddie Hearn come to the table and be like, "Oh, here's 3 million, 2 million"? Why? You haven't even done anything, so the money could rise. As a matter of fact, in market value wise, you just let Boots know that you are a co-main event to girls, and we ain't talking about a man Taylor.
And you don't know what's going to happen in that next fight.
HLD, hold on.
Hey, no, you better tone it down, my friend. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you better tone it.
What the fuck?
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna say, Punch. I think that Eddie Hearn is he's either thinking that if they just offer more money, he'll take it, or he is thinking that because Norman is fighting as mandatory, he won't have any more reasons to not take the fight, or they're going to try and he's going to try and put him on the undercard of Anthony Joshua or something like that. He's going to try and entice Norman with the opportunity on a big card. That's probably what Eddie Hearn's looking at. But Eddie Hearn,
remember, also
I'm not true, but I'm not.
He wants his percentage as well. And if in the post-fight interview after the Stanionis fight, he said that we're not taking any pay cuts anymore because we given the pay cut just to get the Stanionis fight. Boots said, I gave in just for the legacy. That's why Eddie Hearn is saying this is great money. This is the best money fight on the table. So Eddie Hearn as a businessman is going to be like, okay, let's get Brian Norman Jr. because you want I'm a businessman. I got to maximize also the percentage that you can make, that your manager can make, and you as a fighter can make. We're not maximizing on these opportunities because, at the end of the day, it's still a business.
Well, Punch, I think
why I find this fight interesting?
I think Eddie Hearn he thinks that he can secure Norman because there will be enough money on the table, and he seems to be thinking again that because he's fighting as mandatory, like you said, it's on the undercard or something, that he won't have to offer big millions. I mean, maybe Eddie Hearn is just completely delusional, but clearly, I mean, let's not forget Boots Ennis did sign a 3-fight deal in less than a year that he's complete. Yeah, he's completed that. So maybe Boots is asking for more money to fight Teo, and Eddie's saying, "Well, because I want to make money, I don't want to offer him that." So I don't know. It's weird. The money's good, but
money that he can make.
Hey, Punch, I was gonna say this, dude. I was gonna say, I think it makes the most sense out of all of them. I think Teal Boots might be the most intriguing fight. What makes it interesting is because we don't know what version of Teal we're gonna get.
The same version that they say that he fights at the level of his competition. So if Boots is high level, that's the Teofimo Lopez we're gonna get.
But
high level Teofimo Lopez.
There you go. I mean, all the narratives get killed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no narratives as far as I'm concerned.
The question is where are Boots though? Like we're this what it is. Let's say fight sports talk. You're trying to fill in the gap for Boots, but his promoter has spoken, Turkey has spoken, Teo has spoken, Bob Arum has spoken. What's Boots at?
It's not the first time.
Well, I think Boots is at the
last time
height of his career.
He disappeared from Turkey. He ducked the Virgil Ortiz fight. Where's your
his reason?
Social media presence. Everybody knows. This is the world of boxing. We're talking about this Teo thing. Like if everybody got Teo in their mouth, and why is Teo frustrated? Because of Boots. Where the fuck is Boots? Where the fuck is this
Punch?
guy?
To answer your first question, I think Boots is on a career high at the moment. I'm not saying he's the best he's ever looked. I mean, if he fought Virgil at 154, I'd probably pick Virgil to beat him. I think Boots is doing fine. I mean, he's doing better because he's active. So in terms of does this have anything?
I think it's a lot closer. I think
that's how good he's doing.
I think it's a lot closer fight.
He's about to duck the most accomplished fighter of his generation.
Okay, well we can't.
Accomplished fighter and the biggest pay, and a guy that's smarter than him, and he's the favorite. He will be the favorite to win. Why did he duck it?
True. Well, I disagree a little bit about the ducking. I don't know what his reason is.
Give us why he's not ducking. You're speaking because you're speaking really for Boots.
He is.
I'm not speaking. I'm not part of Team Boots. I'm just saying I don't think he's ducking Teo.
My man, if you have nothing on if you're sitting on the couch, let's say you're a landscaper. If you're a landscaper and you got no job on site right now, my man. So what's your name? Fight Sport Talk. Yo, you're a landscaper, man, and you got nothing going on. And I'm saying, you know what, man, I'm about to pay you the most amount of money in your life to go to cut my grass over here. And you're gonna tell me no, and you're gonna tell me no. You know what that means? You are lazy fuck. You don't want this work, and that's a duck. And when it comes to Boots, because there's no other fighter for him to fight. The other two champions are busy. They are busy, and we got no guarantee that any of these guys are gonna escape the next fight. So you're gonna wait to see a what if? What if not Ryan Norman Jr. gets a nasty cut, gets knocked out, whatever the fuck? Then what? You're gonna let go the biggest bag of your life? Go away.
I don't know. Well, just to answer.
Good,
Punch. Just answer. Yeah, Punch. Just answer your question. I don't think he's ducking Teo because Teo's never fought at welterweight, and I don't know what his exact reason is for not taking the fight. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's worried that he won't get the credit he deserves if he beats Teo because people will say, "Well, you beat a smaller guy." I don't know. I mean, people were typing in the chat earlier that if Teo beats Haney, people will say, "Oh, you just beat a damaged fighter." So maybe he's worried about the perceptions. I don't know.
Yo, when people went after the PBC, when Bud Crawford was calling out Thurman while he was at 140, and when he was about to come up, and they were trying to say that you gotta earn your stripes, or we don't care about the WBO and all that stuff, and everybody was ganging up on PBC saying they ducking Bud. Like,
well,
it doesn't matter about which. And I was telling you this yesterday. If you don't see Teo as the guy, as a premier pound for pound, highly accomplished fighter, moving up the division because he's already a lineal at 140, and he's moving to the next division, it's because you don't respect the things that Teofimo Lopez already accomplished. Yesterday, you say he's a good fighter. He's not a great fighter. Right? So
yeah, and I do respect Teo.
And then you said that you don't respect the lineal. So you don't respect the lineal. You think he's a good fighder. So that's the reason why you say that, oh, Boots is not ducking Teo. Like, who is Teo for him to duck? That's the way you feel.
Well, Teo, Punch, I wasn't going to get...
And then when you look at...
he said he doesn't run on the lineal? What?
Well, I wasn't going to get into... I wasn't going to get into that on your
show. I actually think
he ain't scared. When you see when you hear duck, you hear scare. So who but Boots scared of Teo? What does Boots have to prove to Teo that he's ducking him? That's how you see it.
Hey, my man with the camera in the picture. What's your name?
What's up?
What's your name? You're the one with that camera setup, right? Damn, that's badass. What's your name?
Alvarez. That's Alvarez.
Alvarez, bro. That's man. With Raul, man. Raul, with my mic and that camera setup, bro. We going gangbusters. I love it, bro. It looks dope, bro. Raul, man. Nice to meet you, man. First time I seen you on the panel, bro. Just wanted to get your name.
So I don't know what's the angle. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like. They're gonna want to fight. They're gonna say, "Oh, well, we fought our mandatory," like, or tell us at 154, bro. This is what I'm hearing. People thought that Boots. Do you think that Boots ducked Virgil? Fight Sports?
No, because he did fight another champion. Like I said, if he didn't fight Stanionis,
if he didn't fight, remember, let's say the time where he was about to, when he ducked, right?
Okay. At the time. Yes.
Virgil.
Yes, at the time, yes, because the Stanionis fight wasn't made, but he did go and fight Stanionis.
Oh, okay, all right. So let me stop there. You just said that he's not ducking Teo because he's not in that division, but Boots was not in the 154-pound division. So why would you think that he's ducking Virgil?
Because the fight was offered for him to move up, and there was. I mean, so on a technical.
So
on
Tio
a
is
technical
go
point,
ahead, go ahead.
on a technical point, okay,
Catch on
you
that
could
one.
say he ducked because what?
I
Can
said,
you
catch on
say
that
it?
one. You said
Well, I'm
you
just
said
saying.
that you said Tio you said that Boots is not ducking Tio because he's not in the division, but then you say that Boots is ducking Virgil because, and I said, but he's not in the division, so why would you see that as duck? But you see it as duck, but you don't want to see that that he's ducking Tio.
Well, because Tio hasn't moved up to welterweight yet, and
I know you got a smirk in your face and you staying in your mouth.
Bro, my man's having constipation right now, bro.
No.
Hey, yo, my bad. Look, I was gonna say, my bad. It's because I just moved to this new spot and Wi-Fi is tripping on me. But I was gonna say this. I do think Boots is a little bit too big for Teal, and I wouldn't mind if this dude moved up and then Teal came into the 147 division. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think everybody can understand that, but we're not talking about who's gonna win because of what or anything like that. We're just talking about why aren't we getting this damn fight? You know, whether you think Teal's gonna win, lose, get his ass whipped, whatever. That I don't think that has anything to do with the question at hand. Why is Boots forcing to avoid and duck this fight?
That's a good question.
So that's what I'm saying. He's
Yeah,
not.
I think
He's not being transparent like everybody else. Like, all right, Tio as a fighter, just yesterday again, calling out you and your father. And I'm gonna tell you like this: Teofimo Lopez have high respect for Boots and his father.
Mad love, mad love.
They came up together. They know each other. Bozy has high respect for Senior. Never said anything. And Senior, even on my channel, never had. I love Boots. I like his father. I like him. They never trashed Boots. And Tio trashes everybody, even friends like Rolly. Never trashed.
Yeah.
Yesterday he went at him. Why is Boots? Where is Boots? Why is Boots not being
he's in church
with the situation?
Hey, and let's not forget. Let's not forget what Bozy. Let's not forget what Bozian has said just a few months ago. You know, this is viral.
Yeah, he said we take it in a heartbeat.
We take
on the table. We'll take it in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat. He said it several times. We'll take that fight in a heartbeat. If Tio wants to come up, yeah, we take it. And right now they're disappeared, man. Bozian is MI looking for his heartbeat, bro, because Tio called him on that bluff. You know what I mean? I mean, this is bad for boxing, guys. I know you want to be a fan, whatever, but this is bad for boxing. I think everybody, when we saw that schedule of, man, if Tio beats this, and then he bro, I bought tickets, bro. I had a broker buy tickets because I think maybe this Canelo and Crawford fight is gonna have Tio on the undercard, and I bought damn tickets for that shit. You know, thinking that I'm gonna, and I can't. I don't know what's gonna happen now.
Punch, I see the article you brought up. Clearly they didn't talk to, and again, I'm not defending Boots Ennis here. I don't know Boots Ennis, but clearly they didn't talk to him about it because he and Turkey
trying to figure things out.
No, I know what happened. Punch. All right, that's very funny. Okay, I don't know why Boots isn't taking the fight. I'm just giving you reasons why I think he's not taking it. But again, as far as this being a duck or not, we'll see if he goes for the other champions. But Tio's got plenty of fighters in his own division. That's the thing.
Nobody's paying for it.
Let me get this super chat, folks. Right. Fight Fury Films with a $20. De lo mío. Man, he say people forget Tio used to spar welterweight champions when he was younger, like Ugas and Sean Porter. Tio is a bad mother yama. Yep.
Yo, my man Fight Fury gangbusters today with them super chats, bro.
He knows, and Boots no Tio. This is what it is. See, that's the part that they know who Tio. These guys know who Tio is. Shakur, Tank, Devin, Keyshawn, Boots. They all know that. Gary Antoine Russell. They all know Tio.
Hey, I like
the same class.
Hey, I like to talk. Hey, I like to talk. You think You think Boots ever met Turkey? He hasn't met him. They haven't talked.
Who you talking to?
You, I talk.
Oh, me. Oh, okay. It's Fight Sport talk. Yeah, I think Boots has met Turkey. Why wouldn't he?
God bless you, brother. Thank
So
you.
then, what do you think they were talking about?
I don't know. I'm not in there. I'm not here to excuse Boots or anything or trash Tio. I'm actually a fan of Tio. Okay.
Call Boots a duck until further notice.
Fine, I'll say okay. He's ducking until okay. I'll call it a duck until we know what his next move is. Fine, I'll call it a duck.
Hey, if he fights his mandatory,
That's what I'm talking about.
it seems like you two were going at it, right? Because he said something about the lineal belts and shit. So you got him convinced at least a little bit now.
All right. That's for another day. All right. Anyway, thanks for having me on.
But I appreciate that.
I am not gonna tell you that you don't have a slight like 2% of legitimacy when you say about your lineal champion. You know why? Because I feel, and I'm not gonna contradict myself. I feel that there shouldn't be a lineal champion between Boots and Stanionis, in my opinion.
Fair point.
Because a lineal for me is being the best fighting the best, the number one and the number two. I believe that Mario Barrios had the better resume at welterweight than by beating Ugas that retired Manny Pacquiao and stuff like that. Brian Norman Jr. just beat Giovanni. Boots Ennis just beat Stanionis, and Stanionis who's been inactive, who also was elevated. Everybody got elevated to become a champion. Nobody beat a champion to be a champion. Nobody really truly unified with 3 belts. So I think that, in my opinion, the reason why that Ring magazine was on the line was because Turkey already knew that this was the plan. Let me put this thing. That this was the plan, that it was going to be Tio versus Boots. That was going to be you know what I'm saying? So, all right, put that Ring magazine so then it'll be the lineal versus the lineal. Just like how he won Bud versus Spence, he's making sure that Canelo fights William Skull to bring that belt, to make it a opportunity for Bud Crawford to become a 3-division undisputed world champion. He's going to put that ring for Jerome Boots Ennis because it's a legacy fight for Teofimo Lopez also to fight to become a 3-division lineal champion. You understand? I understand when you say about lineal. I don't really think that Boots is traditionally became a lineal by beating the best.
Yeah, because he only beat one other guy. No, I see what you're saying. The lineal, I feel. I mean, it's for another day, but I feel the lineal is a little.
I think that water it down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think
it watered down.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Taylor lost pretty much. He vacated pretty much all of his belts, and he kept the WBO, and technically, he was still the lineal. Yeah, that was
a given. I'm not talking about Josh Taylor. I'm talking about the welterweight, the lineal. That I don't think. I think if there will be a lineal, it will be. If let's say Mario Barrios beat Manny Pacquiao beats Mario Barrios, he become a champion, and Boots Ennis beats Brian Norman. Even with 3 belts, you still can't be lineal because you got Manny Pacquiao that just beat Mario Barrios. You can't. That's the lineal. You know what I'm saying? But when there's a clear cut of uncertainties of other champions, for example, when Shakur Stevenson beat Oscar Valdez beat the boogeyman at that time, which was considered the best super featherweight, in Miguel Burchell. He was the number 1 ranked super featherweight. So when Oscar Valdez, a one of a high ranked fighter, beat Miguel Burchell, and then Shakur Stevenson beat Jermall Herring, and then beat Oscar Valdez, and then the champions was how the 140-pound is right now, where it's just musical chairs. You had George Cordina, you had Gutierrez, who was them. So the best of the best was Shakur Stevenson versus Oscar Valdez, clear cut. And that's why there was a lineal there. It didn't have to be undisputed, but there was a clear cut of that's the number 1 versus the number 2, and the best fighting the best. And George Cordina and Gutierrez has nothing. It's not even close to what Oscar Valdez and Shakur Stevenson was at the trajectory of their career.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me on Punch. And next time I'm on Rap, I'll call it a duck. Okay, I'll say
All
Boots Ennis,
right.
Doug, Tio until. All
There
right.
you go.
Thanks for having me
Let's
on,
go.
guys.
There you go.
Peace out, guys.
Hey, that's
later.
a slight W. We take that. We
No,
take
I was gonna
that.
say, man. I was gonna say now that este way lo corrieron or he's fired apparently. What's his next move realistically?
Not everything's always what it appears to be. You know what I mean? You know how you have these family scuffles and shit, and everybody's yelling and blah 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 and everything, and then cool heads prevail eventually. You know what I mean? I think it's all in a wait and see. I'm not jumping out the window just yet.
I think this is my constructive criticism, and I think that with Teofimo Lopez, he has to also understand when you got the boxing world in the palm of your hands, or when the people is on your side, you can't pop your own bubble. Don't pop it. When you beat Barbosa, everybody's convinced again.
Everybody.
Yo, Tio's that when Tio is sharp, man. Damn, he's hard to beat with the Josh Taylor, but he announced retirement with the Barbosa. Then he had that situation with the IG that clouded his performances, right? And now with the Turkey out shake, you know what I'm saying,
he's got to play his game properly, man. You can't pop that shit off out here you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't. It's like because even what is the end game, or what is the goal of going at certain individuals or overly criticizing individuals or entities? Like what is the goal of going at when he said the zone is not going to make it in 5 years, they're going to end up like
yeah, there's no.
What is the goal of the Canelo Alvarez saying, oh, I got Bud Crawford now beating Canelo Alvarez? Because the situation with Eddie Reynoso, remember, the situation is with Eddie Reynoso, it's not with Canelo. You was going to hire Eddie Reynoso as the trainer. Canelo Alvarez is just a fighter. He's not the trainer. Why take it out on Canelo Alvarez?
Because he took instead of spinning it that they were calling him that he didn't know how to cut the ring, he should have said, you see, even the best fighter in the world, when the other guy does not want to engage, you can't cut the ring. He should have used that to benefit him, not to also shit on him. You know what I mean? He should have used it to his benefit. I agree with that. And there's they gave plus, the fucking massive fans, bro. You need all the love you can get.
It show a level of character flaws that Tio has to work on. Just like, a lot of humans has to work on their character flaw, but that's a character flaw that is not good. Is not, you know what I'm saying? I've seen publicly Canelo Alvarez show Teofimo Lopez love publicly on his biggest night. I seen him show Teofimo Lopez love in his darkest hour. If you ask Tio who was there for him, calling him each and every day, he would say Canelo Alvarez. When he went to the UK, it was Canelo Alvarez to tell Tio to sit in the seat on the table where he was with Turkey out shake.
I know, bro.
Canelo Alvarez didn't give him
you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. I want to say you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. You got people who put themselves off for you. Sometimes, look, man, in life, sometimes you got to eat some shit. It's just the bottom fucking line. And to get to your goal, it's not always going to go your fucking way. Maybe your ego gets stomped on. Pooh-hoo. But you got to stay stoic and get your, because, hey, man, I don't care who. We know how it is out there. We have to eat shit sometimes. Yeah, I gotta work a little harder than that other motherfucker to get what I need. But you know what? I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna get mine. And you gotta learn that you gotta eat shit to get to the goal. That's life. We're not all, served with the same, silver platter of life. We don't. We come from the nothing, bro. I can almost say, man, I can guarantee you we didn't come with nothing in our hands, born with it all. But guess what? We have to eat that shit, grind, and get to the top. Bottom line is to get to the top. But if you're gonna fucking bite the hand that feeds you, instead of the fuck.
And then when you win the top,
Yeah. Well, look,
get
look. I
there,
was gonna
and
say.
then when you do say certain things, when you want to create an awareness, if you want to expose the powers that be, but you got to be in the top, because and that's why I gave the analogy in one of my videos when I say the Kanye West. Like Kanye West could be saying some crazy shit, but he already been on the top for 20 years, and he has a niche fan that he could say the craziest analogy, theory, or whatever, but he's gonna get backing because he still got power. People are still in demand with his music. People are demand of his clothing. He's still in a position where I could expose you, and you can't bring me down like that. I have a niche of millions of fans that's gonna believe what I'm saying. When it comes to Teofimo Lopez, he's not Canelo. He is not in a Floyd Mayweather position. He is not on an Oscar De La Hoya position. He is not in a Mike Tyson position where they have to tolerate all the crazy shit that Mike Tyson had to do and say because he's the biggest bag in boxing. He's not in that position.
Not even Canelo. Not even Canelo did that to Turkey. Like it was just a little shade. That's what because Canelo didn't go all out. He knows he can't, bro. That's the man that's gonna feed you. He knows he pushed him back, but he didn't slam him. You know what I mean? He knows I gotta work with him. This man's gonna pay me my whatever, how many fucking multi-millions that I'm getting now. So you gotta play it right.
Yo, you don't think even let's say Tank, he's not even in Tank position. You know how many people was disappointed in Tank, mad at Tank in that last thing when he came 6 hours later? When he was still in Miami and 1 o'clock and the promotion was coming, he didn't even want to come, and they say, oh, he's getting on the plane now.
That's fucked up, bro.
You know how much money it is to rent a place and to rent Madison Square Garden, all this promotion, all this stuff. How much money does it cost, and how much you got to pay by the hour, the cameraman, and all that stuff? Do you know how much money they wasted waiting on? But because it's Tank and he generates. Tank can move like a little rock star.
Tio's not in that position as we speak.
Exactly. It's not like Roses where what's his name? Axl Rose. Is they waiting on Axl Rose? I remember in Madison Square Garden, Axl Rose came like 3 hours or 2 hours later. And people had to stay. People was mad, but they stayed because it's Axl Rose. You want to see the action.
Well, you mean Guns N' Roses?
Like Lauryn Hill took like what? I heard 3 hours, and she showed up at 12 o'clock. And the excuse is that I'm a mother first.
Yeah, Luis Miguel did the same shit too.
Because I'm the high demand. You can move like that.
They didn't give a fuck because lo querían ese way like.
So Tio needs a better circle. I don't know who's his circle, but I don't want to hear like for example, man. He showed that video and he was in the Mayweather gym, right? And I heard another dude in the background. I don't know who the fuck it was, but he's like, "Oh man, that's the way boxing is, bro. They fired my bro, whatever." I'm like, bro, you're antagonizing this shit. Like this is cool. No, man, this is not cool. This is not cool. You know what I mean? I don't know who's his circle, but I don't know if anybody's telling him, oye, te tiene que callar la boca, hermanito. Te está hablando de más.
Mira también Ryan Garcia. He's in that position. Mira Ryan Garcia leading up to the Devin Haney fight. Ryan Garcia in the weigh-in was drinking a beer. Que me importa a mí? Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Y'all want the fight or you're not? You're going to cancel the fight? You're not going to get paid. Because I'm in power position. You know what I'm saying?
But he's a little humbled now. He's a little humbled now.
Hey, fucking Teal, man. He's also a loose cannon. All these dudes are, like, I mean, God, you could name somebody and be like, this dude is off the rails, And I think this dude is the only one, that if he does show up for a fight, he can deliver. It just depends on like how he does show up because
look at Conor McGregor. I mean, when you undemand it, you could say and do a lot of crazy shit, and it gets swept under the rug. The same thing Adrian Broner was at his time when he was on top. They tolerate his bullshit. You're tolerated. See, Tio is not in a position because he doesn't generate that type of money that feeds a bunch of people in boxing.
I don't know if also the Teal doesn't realize that he has also a responsibility. I think he does to his day ones, because we look forward to him doing his best in every aspect, and he makes it very hard at times for us fans to go exploit that bragging right that you talk about, Punch. How hard is it, bro? You know the wars I get into in these channels. I'm that only motherfucker prouding who? Tio against everyone.
Yo, I say it publicly. You know what was disgusting? This is the disgusting to me. And this is what I mean about circle. You know what I'm saying? Have a circle or don't have a circle, right? And I'm gonna say this as a friend because people seen it publicly. If I'm with Tio or his dad, I'm not doing media. I'm gonna tell you that when we was in New York City, I'm not doing media credential. I'm not a media person. I'm there with Tio and Senior. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
If I'm doing media, I got to keep it neutral and do my job and really be unbiased. You know what I'm saying? Because that's respecting the other fighters and stuff like that. But in New York, I was team Lopez. I didn't go there as a media folks. I didn't get media credential for media folks. I was there with Senior and Tio. So when Tio, as a friend, and me a friend of the family, me friends of his father and him and his mom and stuff like that, you disrespecting my friend now. That's when I lashed at that person that was disrespecting Senior.
Right.
Like I would do if I was out with HLD. He's my friend and he's getting some problem. He's getting disrespected. I'm there for my friend.
We're gonna pop off.
We're gonna pop off, right? We're gonna pop off. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I didn't like to see in the circle. So we see Dean the whatever, I forgot his name. Now I don't know how cool he is. I don't know how cool he and the other guy is with Tio. This is the first time I see Tio around them like that or whatever, right? Okay, now I'm not there, right? But then what I see when I see a video of his sister and his 14-year-old niece getting disrespected.
Oh, I was about to say that.
First by the Haney team. And they calling her bitch, and then by Bud Crawford, and these niggas is laughing.
Yo, I fucking want to eat that motherfucker through my screen, bro.
I don't know how. Yo, I'm saying it out loud. Tio, I don't know how you managed to let these fuckers walk with you.
No, bro, yo estaba encojonado.
There, drag your niece and sister, and you gave them the como to walk you on your one of the biggest night in Times Square. No, I mean, and that's what I mean. There is character. You gotta see. That's not watching your surroundings, bro. When you're not there, you gotta understand there's people that got your back. These motherfuckers was having your back. They had a laughing. They was laughing on video while your sister and your niece was going for war for you and being dragged and disrespected. And these motherfuckers that you walked out with is laughing.
Yo, Punch, I couldn't imagine what would happen, bro.
I don't give a fuck if he's Bud Crawford, but if T is my friend, and I'm there as a friend, just like I did in New York, just like I did in that shit in Times Square. I'll beat the fuck out you, man. Nah, get the fuck out of you, disrespecting, blah, 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 blah. Now we're gonna go to war.
Papa, that's an elbow to the mouth as soon as he said bitch.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
You know?
That, to be honest, the whole shit, that was the most disgusting shit.
Yo estaba encojonado, Punch. I'm glad you brought that out because that's a fact. I hope Tio listens to this and don't listen to this as we dogging him because Papa, we're telling you stuff de hombre. Stuff de hombre. Your circle is weak. Character weak. Everybody, yeah with you. And no, man. You need some people who just, they're there and don't want nothing from you, bro. Absolutely nada. They just there because they got your back. And that's the exact same way they would expect you to be, but without none of this monetary shit of gaining of anything. No clout, no nothing. You're just being the boy. because these guys are not there for that. Everybody who's there for a benefit is not telling you their truth. Everyone. I don't care who it
Well,
is. Family too.
you know what's the best thing, man? At some point, as you get older, is separating race and boxing. You know what I mean? And not fucking letting that shit get you emotional, like a lot of dudes that I like hear. You feel me? Like I hear like a bunch of bullshit, and like I mean, before, like I would get triggered back in the days. You know what I mean? And like nowadays, I'm just like deja que digan lo que quieran. Eso de madre no me, they don't bother me. They don't bother me, bro.
It's
Yo,
like
Punch, I'm heated, bro.
I give you another situation, but that's just me. I don't expect people to be like that. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? So after the Demetrius Andre and David Benavidez fight, right? Not everybody know I'm with Demetrius Andre. So we in the lobby in the casino in the hotel. So a lot of people now he's walking. We go walking to the destination, so we're gonna go eat, right? And people are walking up trying to get autograph and stuff like that. But he's with his family. But at the time, he's with his daughter, the young one, right? But there's a lot of people, and he only has one bodyguard at the time, right? And he keeps looking like back because he's with his daughter. He's being a father, right? And they meeting the rest of the family in the restaurant in the hotel. So I'm like, I got you. I'm looking after his daughter now. I'm not caring about anything else. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm there as a friend and I'm looking out for the family. I'm looking out for his daughter. I got everything. It's good. We were there, blah, blah. He keep on looking back. I got it. You know what I'm saying? Because then if anything would have popped off, there's a guy that almost got slick with even his father. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta have at a certain time those people that truly are there and care for you beyond whatever, you know what I'm saying, that don't want nothing out of you and shit like that.
Yeah, la verdad, man. And
times like that, when you have family around, when you have, and I used to tell, let's say I tell Senior, I tell T, I said, look, you a celebrity, bro. And especially when you go in these boxing events. And I know you in cold hearted, you in your heart, you're the people's champ, and you feel like nothing could be done to you because you just, you want to be that real. You want to be reachable. You want to, you sign every autograph. You want to you'll take every selfie. He's cool. Like Tio is cool like that. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean, but if somebody bumps into your son, something happen like that with your sister, something like that, you know what I'm saying?
Look how brave they are. Look how brave they are right now.
Just can't have people walking up to you like that.
No.
It's not fair it's not fair for those around you. You can't let people walk up to you like that. You want to know you in a different type of, you got to understand you're not the same kid coming up. You got to protect people around you. Also, you got to protect your dad, or you got to protect your sister. You got to protect your niece. You got to protect your son if he's around.
He's got a greater responsibility. He doesn't get it still yet. You know what I mean? It's like myself. When before having a son, you wouldn't mind getting into it with someone up on the street, cut you off, whatever the fuck it is, right? But ahora when you got that responsibility, you know what I mean, and you got a son. I know he's having his issues, but he's still a father. And he needs to take care of business at whatever time that is to be a father. He can't have no bullshit pop off out on the street because some retarded local is in his sensitive feelings. You know what I mean?
But that's why then people see it, and that's what I mean. Like, and I know I had this, and I said this live with Senior when he was live. I said, yo, you got to get a bodyguard. I said, yeah. I'm saying because when it goes on video, and this is maybe the part that probably 100% they might not understand, but when it's in video, you letting the world know that you're reachable. You're letting the whole world know that you could take disrespect. So little by little, what you seen. So when we seen the Devin team cursing at his sister and then going to bitch, and then people around, since Devin is saying something, then the whole camp is saying something, and the brothers is saying something, the whole family, and then the whole camp is talking mad stuff and cursing her out and degrading her name and whatever, right? Guess what happens after? Then,
well, apparently that
then Bud feels like he has the
Go ahead,
green
go ahead.
light to say that. Now is a laughing matter, is a disrespectful shower. But then see, Tia was not there because he's doing his job, you know. But if you have people, your team, they will regulate that, and that's why I didn't like to see. I didn't like to see Dean the Great and the other dude laugh. Wow.
That happened at the Barbosa shit at the press conference with the Haneys
In New York, the last press conference.
and Dean the Great and whoever the fuck was there watching the Haneys do that to his sister.
Yeah, it's in the videos. Look, when you see the Bud video again when he's going at his sister and his niece. Dean is right behind Bud. Right?
No, in that one I saw that. Right. Yo estaba encojonado, but I saw that. I'm like, yo, what? Why is this motherfucker smiling and not stepping up?
Yeah, like.
But with the Haneys, you said there was another incident with the Haneys.
Mm-hmm.
No, eso está feo.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say that the pre-fight against Ramirez, he was like, oh, you know, like it's the Latinos that are like, you know, that are talking shit or like, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, like they're the ones like pushing the hate. And I was like, damn, all right, like,
who are you saying?
I guess you feel me, like, Bill Haney.
Bill said it earlier today too. He's like that. He said that Devin Haney be beating up the Latinos, and that's why they mad at Devin. Because
you see how that sucking Malanga rap star was saying that in the chat. Yo, rap star, you are an op. You are a rat, you piece of shit. You brought that shit to the chat, man. You're a bitch. Fuck that dude. Anyway, man. Now I know why he said that in the chat.
Rap star, man. He told me where you at, man.
Bro, that dude is a fucking op.
I've been going at it for years. Y'all was actually cordial the other day in the panel. I was surprised.
Because I tried to pull back. You know, he was trying to let loose, and I wasn't trying to let loose because I hate that. I don't like fucking up the life for you, with stupid shit with rap star and with the gay shit he does on his channel. But okay. Anyway, it's just bad, bro. You see. So flaming the Stokes.
He said that rappers HD round 213.
That's funny, man. But when it comes down to it, Punch, I think Tio, yeah, he's gonna have to make runs. He does. You know, for if that's really real that he, somebody. I don't think it was because of the tweet. I think it's because he popped off about this contract and everything else in between. Now, why are they trying to do that? I wouldn't be surprised that, well, he can make more money than us. You know what I mean? And that type of gay ass shit from the Haneys. I bet you that had a lot to do with it. Now, another thing I heard is that the 18th, the August 16th card is off anyway. And rightly so if it is. I mean, why are they trying to fight on the same night that Tank is fighting? Does that make sense? That don't make no damn sense.
I mean, depending on the time, what they're gonna try to put.
No, what is it gonna be for free with Tio then? Because people are gonna choose.
I was all right. I did when I did the video, and I said I was all right to let it be in Saudi. I mean, a lot of people always disrespecting and devaluing Teofimo Lopez numbers and.
Oh, the Saudi is okay. I don't have a problem with that too. But I mean, Punch. But I'm just saying, why put it on the same night with Tank so that Riyadh season doesn't get the maximum exposure that they're trying to do by promoting Riyadh season?
Think about it. How? Okay, I should put a poll on that. Which pay-per-view would you buy? Lamont Roach versus Tank 2 or Devin versus Tio?
I think they're gonna.
I think it good if it would have been up against. I think it would have been. You know what I'm saying? Then it would have changed the narrative that Tank is the star.
If we had if we had the Ryan that whooped on Regis Prograis, I would like to have that head to head now, and then we can say, yeah, I think we're gonna
Ryan?
have a problem.
Said Ryan?
Was that?
You mean Haney?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Ryan against Regis. I don't know. I mean, I meant if we had the Haney that fought Regis today, then I think the head-to-head match, I wouldn't even be complaining about the fight. Except that, yeah, you got to make sure that my man gets his pay. But it would be a great fight. But right now, it ain't. I mean, bro, I have no faith in the Haneys, bro. They have no shame in stealing my money, Turkey's money, and embarrass the entire world with that bullshit performance. They don't deserve another check. Actually, we should get a refund on that because that was bullshit. They need to fight, show us what's up, fight Blair Cobb, man. You know, you can fight on BLK Prime. Fight Blair Cobb, smoke him, and then we good for that Teal fight. But
I'm reading these like tweets and comments. Why people mad at Jermall Charlo's comment? Like his shit is fucking.
Which one?
Makes man sense, bro. It's like, and the one that he's talking about Canelo and thinking that people, the way that he was trying to say how people are using PEDs and stuff like that. Like, yeah, that's the truth. Like, why people get, I don't understand. Like, I understand, like even me being a Canelo Alvarez supporter and you know, I know how it is with the narrative pushers and I understand, but in this sense, it's like, yo, something is going on. And when Jermall Charlo is saying about that mad people are using, yeah, mad people are on PEDs. Now, are they using the band limit? You know what I'm saying? That's another story, but it is, man. People are on PEDs, man. There is millions on the table.
I agree with that. You know, when you're, you know, I've always used the Major League Baseball scheme with bro. You got a guy who's barely making $2 million a year, and then he starts using steroids, slams 30 home runs on a contract year, and then the next year after that, now he's getting $60 million. You know what I mean? It's lucrative money.
Then you got suspended for 50 games. Who cares?
Yeah, I already got my $50 million guaranteed. You know what I mean? So yeah, it seems to be low risk, high reward right now in boxing to be on steroids. It's very low risk. You know, I mean, in the U.S.
Punch didn't. I was gonna say, didn't Canelo and Rowan Vada take the hair follicle test?
He did all of that. I'm not, but I won't be surprised if he's not taking anything. I think most are. Taking. I think the whole snack program is a performance enhancing, you know, thing. You know, that's just my opinion.
I agree.
I'm reading your shit that you put a poll up, Punch, on Twitter.
Which one?
The one with Teofimo versus Boots or Teofimo versus Haney?
Yeah, like to be honest, I like Two Tone. You know, he supports. You know, and he man cool. I just don't this angle like
it's so selling out.
Don't tell me they got you, bro. Come on, man. You know, there's one thing getting messed with. You know,
he got initiated, bro. He got the Diddy treatment.
Like, I don't understand. Like I understand I understand when your channel or you want to come up, and I understand I understand why. I understand why people sell out. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand why people sell out. But when you already have
you got a following, bro,
a well-oiled machine platform, you don't. These fighters and these boxing entities need you more than you need them. See, now is you don't win too much for them having you on your platform. They're begging to be on your platform. People want to be on the Boxing Voice. You know what I'm saying? to get interviewed and get shared. You know, Bill Haney wants to be on the boxing world because you know the number that it does generate, and you know what I'm saying.
It's maximum exposure. You know what I mean?
That's good. Just sit back and talk boxing, and he's still gonna get the same numbers. It's
Right.
like showbiz. Showbiz don't need nobody. He don't interview. He made it just him being the host and the personality
Just on his own. I've always said that and he's at where he's at. But bro, Two-Tone, you know he's been pocketed, bro. His angle is super pocketed, bro.
2 weeks ago, you're liking this Boots fight, and you're saying that the brothers. He's saying that the brothers don't want Haney because he ain't gonna hurt Tio. The black people want Boots because he could put a hurt on. But now that nobody's asking for this fight, like no, he said no. Come on, Two-Tone, stop. Come on.
And I think that Rick Glazer even.
I love Two-Tone, but come on, man. Don't
Even Rick Glazer is chiming in on Two-Tone and whatever. You guys, right?
We have enough of that. Like we have enough of this community. You don't need to become that. Be at least the voice of reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you gotta be like. I'm not saying be a T, but why are you saying something that you don't believe in? Why are you saying that? Why are you trying to promote that?
That's sad, bro. That's sad when you see it when it's so damn obvious. When it's so damn obvious, like Rapstar did in the chat, repeating the same bullshit Bill Haney saying. Man, shut your ass up. You know, I mean that's what I'm saying. There's no integrity, man. It's no integrity. But I see that your poll says 68% people want Tio versus Boots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and even Rick Glazer. I mean, I don't know why he's got me blocked, but he's got me blocked. He was saying on your shit that it just makes no sense. It's mind-boggling why Boots ain't taking this fight. The other two champions are not going to unify with you. So when I get the highest paid,
you know why? Because Rick Glazer is a businessman in boxing, so he capitalizes on making money. That's what, like, say, Eddie Hearn. I know I behind closed door, probably Eddie Hearn is like this fucking guy, bro.
Oh, I'm gonna send you. I don't know if you saw it already, Punch. Yeah, bro, they're testing the waters, bro. I'm not gonna say anything beyond that. I'm just gonna send it to you. So now I see what they're doing.
Oh, no,
you know,
the Dan, right?
Yeah, but now it's a video, bro.
Of him and Chris Algieri.
Yeah,
that one.
Oh, you saw it? Boots is making a bad career move. Not fighting Teofimo.
Mm-hmm.
That's not coincidence, bro.
Yeah,
I don't think that's coincidence.
I'm like,
they're just putting it out there. They're just putting it out there, man. This media is all bought. I know that for a fact because I know Dan Canovio. He don't like Tio. He don't like Tio. Not like he's not. Or I mean. He's just not. He's not a favorite.
I'm gonna say it like this. He might not like Tio, but also I understand there's certain things that Tio say that
right rubs the wrong way.
People may not like the personality, the person, the things that he's saying. They don't have to subscribe to that, and I understand. I don't think I'm not gonna say that Tio makes it easy.
Bro, he doesn't make it easy at all for us fans, bro.
No, I'm not saying that he makes it easy, So because a lot of the stuff people feel like it comes out of left field, He's not given a chance for a community to truly to grow and be behind him, It's certain, and that's something he has to live with as if that's the way that he wants it. I mean, everybody got his name in his mouth in boxing right now.
Are we gonna see tomorrow another well-known media guy, saying the same thing?
I ride with Tio 100%.
Yo la estoy valiendo, bro.
But then I understand how certain people may be like, I don't want to ride.
But he's for Tio, man. He's saying Boots and his management team have made numerous errors with his career so far. He is unknown outside of boxing. Please don't compare him to Tank. At 27, blah, 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 but Boots needs a big fight fast.
Yeah, he does. And that's what I'm saying. See, and I'm a Boots fan too. Everybody know I'm a Tio guy.
Bro, Punch,
And I'm like, what the fuck is Boots doing?
I
Like,
defended him.
I don't understand his moves. I really, it's now, to be honest, bro. It's going to the retardation mode. I think there's mental lapses in maybe in him. Or I'm trying to like, to be honest, I was thinking about that. Saying even when I had the interviews, like it's almost, I'm telling you, my boringest interviews has been with him. It's como sacando,
Try to get something out of him.
Yeah,
He's very introverted. He's probably very, very introverted.
Personality is not. It's kind of like, even when he does, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's not a. Come on, he don't have no personality, and we thought that Bud had no personality. This man has no personality at all, right? I don't know if he. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, bro, why would you duck a fight? Not only a fight, but many think that you're the favorite. Like the money fight, you fighting a guy that's smaller. You're fighting a guy that's accomplished. You're gonna be the favorite. You're gonna be the most likable. Like this is you. This is your chance now to be in the big stage. This is your moment now. This is your moment. And then again, and even if he does even adopt the racial shit, like, oh, I'm gonna be the black fighter that beat the crap. Even if you add that, it's still gonna create that type of buzz, and people gonna even like you and buy into that.
Yo, that's gonna sell, bro. Like, that's gonna sell.
Yeah, like, what is this? And when I hear, and that's what I'm saying, when I hear his team, it's like, yo, you guys are acting like boxing guys, right?
You hear his number one guy, the guy who does all those interviews for him. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Like, what's wrong with y'all, bro? Like, see, that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand certain fan bases.
He was laughing at you like, oh man, you mad that you ain't getting the payday? Oh, we're not gonna get the payday. Like motherfucker.
They can't pay. Like, no, this is a great opportunity. Legacy fight, legacy opponent, biggest fight, biggest moment is a crossing. Is an international. It's a big fight.
It's just ridiculous, bro. The excuses that they come up with. They're not saying it's because Teal's too small. That's the number one from that fat boy who fought Norman Sr. and that other guy, right? Because I ain't gonna give him no clout on the channel.
He's tall. He's gonna be tall. What you thinking that Brian Norman Jr. is gonna be tall? No, he's tall. Boots is taller than him too.
He's too small. He's too small. I'm like, what the fuck is that? You should want to beat the crap out of him. I mean, shit. You're getting paid. You're bigger than him. You're getting your most amount of money. And you could do it for the culture.
Solo says Teo's confidence scares a lot of people. I think so, to be honest, bro. I don't even think that just, like I keep on saying this, they know Teo. See, Boots know that speed and all that shit, it's not going to overwhelm Teo.
Damn, Tim Bradley, it's your fault. You scared them.
Teo got speed and all of that, like that, and that's what it is. That's not gonna overwhelm Teo. Like, it's not gonna something I never seen before. That's what it is. That the guys that he's fighting don't know him that much. These Karens of the world, these Staniones, these they don't know Boots. When you know these guys, all these guys are not truly phased about each other either, because they sparred with each other. They know each other since kids. You're not gonna be like, oh shit, I heard about this guy, man. I don't know I really don't know nothing about him. They know each other, so they're not feared. But that's why I don't understand how Boots is moving. There's certain things I could understand, even if I disagree. I don't understand nothing when it comes to legacy, some business wise. What the hell is Boots' team doing? And they all saying it. Like, everybody, even they say the video with Dan, everybody in the business is looking at it like, yo, what the fuck is up with this guy? Because as a manager, these are the fights that you're happy. These are the managers. These are the fight that says, I just ain't break even. I won now.
Yeah.
And that's why I know Eddie Hearns is disgusted with this.
because he gets a chance to shut Tio up at the same time. He's gonna look like he's the guy who brought, because he's Tio's hate. There ain't no fucking doubt.
Or this, and I could say now, if I see it from your angle, right, like hold Eddie accountable. Then I'm thinking, right, because to be honest, I really don't understand what the fuck is happening with Boots. So I'm thinking, all right, let me see it from a different angle. Is it that Boots or Eddie is saying, you know what? If I give Boots and Tio, then that's a profile for not me. That's not a matchroom fight. That's a Reha season fight. If I could work with Bob Arum, because they say negotiating, remember? We and Bob and Top Rank is negotiating. But you don't have to negotiate with Turkey.
And make it
the bag. So I think I could think that maybe Eddie wants to fight, but he wants to make the fight as matchroom Top Rank, and they rather than and cut Turkey off.
And that means that Tio would have to cut ties with Turkey to get this fight,
because then even Matchroom is not getting maximized.
Right,
but his promotional fee. Matchroom is getting his promotional fee because he's lending his fighter. If Boots fights in another show, because that's another show. So if Boots is fighting that's another show, I'm only collecting the 20, the 15, whatever percent of.
So for Tio to fight with Bob, because Tio is really a Turkey fighter now with what they've done for the next 2 years, whatever the fuck it is, 18 months. But if that's what Eddie's trying to do, that means you gotta swindle Tio away from Turkey's contract so that he can make the fight with Top Rank and Matchroom. I mean, man, that's a big gamble then for Tio too, though. I mean, he could always make a deal with Turkey again, I guess, but that's a gamble, though, Punch. That's a gamble, and Tio's a gambler, bro. I know that. He takes chances on himself. I see what you're saying, but you know what I was thinking too? How many fights does he have left with Matchroom Boots? Oh, you froze up? Hey, in the chat, is Punch frozen? Oh yeah, you froze up, Papa. Interesting though. You know, we shall see what comes out about it. We shall see. Yeah, he froze. So this is the HLD Punch drunk. Yeah, he'll be back in, man. He probably has to just chime right back in, guys. Sometimes the system crashes momentarily. But either way, man, Turkey froze it. Either way, man, there's just no excuse, man, for Boots doing this. You know, his fanboys wanna talk about all this because we want to freeze Tio out, and he doesn't. Yeah, beyond above media. But Boots in his last fight, even with the weight thing, you know, they were trying to say, he doesn't have many fights left, but in his last fight, he was saying the opposite, that he cut weight well and all that stuff. So they put the Tio offer on the table, and now Eddie comes out saying that, you know, he can't make weight, and he may only have one fight left. I see your angle, Punch. I see your angle, but I was gonna ask you just last question for tonight. If we got, how many fights do you think Boots got left on the Matchroom contract?
Yeah, maybe one or two.
They
sign short contracts is the three fight contract with a four fight optional.
You think he's trying to maximize it and then try to dip with the belts back to PBC or show or wherever over there?
Nah, I think that if I think that Boots will work straight with Turkey. I think he'll do what Edgar Berlanga did. Why would I have to give percentage if Turkey already was willing to work with me?
Right, doing a straight shot, but that'll be fight by fight. Man, it's interesting, bro. It's interesting. A ver qué va a pasar, bro. I know that whatever is out there is not what it is. I just hope that our guy Tio just, que se calme un poquito, you know what I mean? Stand still, be patient and let his team do some work, and he also needs to do some work with it. We shall see what comes about it.
Facts. Well,
We beat the shit out of this, man. Good show, man.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody that tuned in. Damn, I wanted to get Eldy and Henry on, but
Oh, el chamaquito, ¿verdad?
mm-hmm.
Your guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, why is Xander being so difficult to get a hold of, bro? What the fuck?
Who?
Xander Zayas. It's hard to get a hold of that kid, man. I don't know if his
I
PR
think
team
when they
takes care
sign
of him.
when they sign when he get them endorsement and agencies and stuff like that, they start
They have teams that you got to
that.
go through,
Mm-hmm.
man. Because hey, man, hey, say what they say, man. He's the next one for me at 154. He coming. So I'm glad he's having his fight. All that hype with Conwell went out the door. Yeah, Chamaquito, man, that Garcia Perez kid, I think his name. He showed up, man. That kid. I mean, I was impressed by his last performance versus Conwell. Oh, you got a super chat.
Shout out to Fight Fury Films. Punch is more than a YouTuber. He's a movement. He's the residence.
No, he's the resistance.
The resistance. He's the megaphone for fans who want legacy over money, warriors over divas, truth over politics.
Hey,
You're looking at man,
dale la
80s,
última
bro.
musiquita, bro. Dale la musiquita, dale
Yo no
algo,
tengo la
bro.
música because I'm using the phone, but gracias, my bro.
Oh, but
Gracias, Fight Fury Films, de lo mío.
wepa, man, that sounds like a channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yo, man, a great show, man. I think we
Thank
had a
you, man. I
we had a great
appreciate, man.
show.
I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. HLD and Fight Fury Films, man. That's motivation and inspiration to read and to keep on going, bro.
Ya tú sabes, hermanito,
Feel
man.
appreciated. I feel appreciated, brother. All right, folks, man. Tomorrow we at it again, man. Y'all already know May 31st, we're gonna do some predictions. Caitlin plans, Jermall Charlo. You already know, man. Love y'all. God bless. And on to the next.
Wepa.